What is up, gang? Welcome to the stream. How's everyone doing today? This is the Adrel Show, where on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, about noon GMT, we look at all things World of Warcraft gold making. Or if Blizzard decides to take the servers down, then we sometimes play some TCG Card Simulator instead. Which is what we did on Friday a bit of. But I think we had a good enough time. I think we had a fun time. Anyway, today's stream, hopefully the servers aren't going down anytime soon. Blizzard hasn't said anything, but that doesn't mean that they won't change their minds midway through the stream, because they seem to like doing that recently. In any case, for today's stream, we are going to be doing a couple of different things, but mainly we're going to be focused on just getting all of our weekly chores, tasks done, right? Primarily gold making. We may run a delve or two on my main just so that we unlock the vault slot. Of course, as the season goes on, I'm getting less and less worried about our vault slots, just because I don't typically care about gear all that much anyway. I'm more so focused on making gold, and I'm not really doing much of anything that requires like a well-geared main. From a gold making perspective, it doesn't really make me too much more gold by having a very well geared main. But yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start off with by just hopping onto some of these cross server alts, right? So alts that I have on other servers that are selling things like profession equipment or blue leveling gear or the crafted PvP gear. All three of which are items that I would recommend everyone be selling, and basically as on as many realms as possible, right? Because once you've got a crafter set up on one server, you can use your warbank to very easily transfer items to other servers. And find basically, servers that have less competition, either have less competition in terms of pricing, in terms of volumes, right? It's especially relevant for someone like me who plays on a high pop server, but it honestly, whatever server type you play on, whether it's a high pop, whether it's a low pop, whether it's a medium pop, right? There's going to be advantages and disadvantages to that server, simply because of the fact that if you play on a high pop server, it's probably very competitive, which means prices are a lot lower for most of these items. Competition is a lot higher, which means not only do you need to you may need to cancel scan and repost to make any sales, really, because depending on your server, it may be the case that right after you post, someone comes in and undercuts you. Very common on a high pop server, less likely to happen on a medium or lower pop server. But again, there's exceptions to all these rules, right? It really depends on your specific server. The best way around that is to just have alts on all of those different types of servers, so that if you're selling on 20 different servers, maybe you get undercut on 10 or 15 of them right away, but the other the remaining servers you won't get undercut on quite as quickly. Today's stream, we're also going to finally hit 40 million gold. And usually I wouldn't be as bold about claiming that, but I know that we're sitting at 39.5 million gold at this point, at least. And I know that my main banker has about, at last check, had over 500,000 gold. So we're hitting 40 million gold on today's stream, gang. We're finally doing it. All right, it's been a gold for a little bit. It's been a goal, not a gold. It's been a goal for a little bit, and we're finally gonna make it happen on today's stream. I know all of last week we thought that we'd be hitting it on every stream last week, and then we were always like 100, 200,000 gold. I think on last Wednesday's stream we were like 250,000 gold short. On Friday's stream we were like 100,000 gold short. And in all honesty, if we had spent more of Friday's stream focused on gold making stuff instead of playing TCG Cards Shop Simulator, the name of the game, I know it's an early access, so far super fun game, but I feel like they should work on the name. TCG Card Shop Simulator. Well, first of all, we got card in the name twice there, right? Because trading card game, and then TCG Card Shop Simulator. It just seems a bit repetitive. I don't know. I don't know if that's up for changes during early access, but yeah, that may be something that's worth them looking at. Anyway, that has nothing to do with WoW gold making. So, what is up, chat? Welcome in. I see we have a couple of people joining us on Twitch. At least we had a couple of people joining us on Twitch, and we had a couple of people joining us on YouTube. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Yeah, let me know how your guys' weekend was. Did you make a bunch of gold? Do you have any plans for this week in terms of gold making? Do you guys have any questions in specific you'd like me to cover? Any professions in specific, right? We're doing all this for you guys. So yeah, let me know. Let me know in chat. And I'm just realizing I need to link the YouTube chat into our combined chat here, and we'll go ahead and do that. And then I think we may actually have to take a quick little break already. Apologies for the delayed start. I know we started stream a little bit late today. Unfortunately, just got busy with some stuff in real life, medical stuff. If that makes for a better excuse, but that's also literally what happened. Unfortunately, for those of you who've been watching the stream or watching the VODs, welcome to our VOD viewers as well. Thank you so much for watching. Wherever, however, whatever you're doing to see this, if this audio is passing through your eardrums, thank you, very very much appreciate it. Yeah, but frequent viewers may be aware that I've been facing some issues with allergies and fever and just not fun stuff. And unfortunately, my hope was that this week we would be doing a little bit better with it, because I ran all the blood tests, did all the things, and it seems like we're still, unfortunately, still having the same issues. Seem to persist and don't seem to want to go away. So 46,000 gold. All right, for once, opening up a cross-realm bankers sales on stream didn't become totally cursed. Because I swear, this is what happens every time I check all of my cross-realm bankers off stream, right? 30, 40, 50, if it's a good day, maybe 80,000 gold in sales in the mailbox, right? But for some reason, every time I've been checking their mailboxes on stream, we end up with like 3,000 gold. I think in one case we have like 500 gold in sales, right? Just super, super low, lame numbers that make me feel bad about myself. No, but that yeah, maybe don't look as impressive as the actual potential is for these cross-realms bankers. And that's definitely one thing I've been better about in the past week, is actually logging onto these guys and posting. I still haven't gotten around to updating my Trade Skill Master groups to post things on these servers for 24 or 48 hours, which is what you should set them to, right? If you work from home, or if you just have a lot of time to play WoW, then you can maybe get away with 12 hours the way I have it set up right now, right? I tend to not spend that much time playing WoW outside of stream. I used to earlier on in the expansion. I was spending a lot of time off stream as well playing, but these days I'm trying to minimize how much time I'm spending off stream playing. Just because I feel like then that makes the advice and the tips I'm giving you guys more useful. Just because I think I think if you're looking for content creators, or if you're looking for advice about how to make a lot of gold while playing the game a whole bunch, right? There's a lot out there. Whereas if I know this is what I struggled with in the past, and I know in general was always one of my frustration points, right? Is a lot of these like a lot of the other content creators, one of the reasons that they're able to make so much gold is because of the fact that they're just playing so much of the game, right? And I don't think that always is the most helpful of advice, because sure, if I could spend 12 hours a day playing the game, then yeah, making millions, I could kind of do whatever and probably still make millions of gold, right? I think what's more interesting is if you're playing fewer hours a day but still making a good amount of gold. I feel like that's more interesting. But I don't know. Let me know in chat. Let me know if you are watching live. Let me know in chat. All right, sorry, one second. I have a phone call coming in. Let me just take this real quick. All right, and we are back. So, okay, it seems like Trade Skill Master is glitching out on us a little bit here. Because this shortfall to bags feature is what I've historically been using to restock my bags on all these alt characters, right? Basically, it just means that I don't need to like go through and manually see which items I need to restock, right? Anything that's not posted in the auction house, it will pull out the correct amount and post them, but it doesn't seem to want to work. And I can't be bothered to like reload an interface, like reload the interface. We've got too many characters to get to. And this is also just all bonus stuff. I mean, the main point of today's stream is to get through the different chores that we have to do on our main account. So this, I just wanted to show you guys that listen, I'm not just plugging something that doesn't work. This is genuinely how I'm making a good amount of my gold. In fact, let's take a look here. Although we should do this after we actually open up all of our auctions. But if we look at the last week, and let's remove Illidan from here because that is my home realm. Yeah, so in the last week we made about 400,000 gold, right, in sales. And that's, again, despite me not being completely on top. I'm being better about it, but it's still not being me actually spending as much time posting auctions and reposting things on these characters as I should be doing. But you can see here, this is our first mailbox of 46,000 gold, right? It's more or less all green professional equipment, and then the occasional blue, either leveling gear. I think the cloth cuffs and slippers are required level 71, and then I think these ones like the Spelunker's goggles maybe, and some of the others require level 80. So they're basically gear for fresh level 80s, right? They're level 558, nothing too crazy. But they do sell, and that's what I've been saying, because I know people were skeptical, like, it's so easy to get, higher eye level gear once you ding level 80 on a fresh character. But we leveled up a character on, I think it was Wednesday's stream, right? And he was at like 430 something eye level. Just after, running delves to hit max level. And so a couple of pieces of 458 is really all he needs in order to be able to start queuing up for heroics and for LFR and for all the other content, right? 458 is more than enough. And you got to keep in mind the eye level 458 gear is just so cheap, right? You can pick up most of them probably for 500 gold or less, if you're depending on the stats and depending on your server. And so there are going to be a lot of players out there who are more than willing to spend that to just quickly be able to hit the eye level requirement and hop straight into heroics, hop straight into LFR, whatever kind of content they want to do, right? Heck, even if they're just doing delves, right? It will still, 558 gear is still enough of an upgrade over most of the Dragonflight gear that it would make sense for a lot of people to just slap a full set of 458, or alternatively just to pick up a couple of pieces for slots that they're, lacking in eye level for. Heck, they may also pick up that eye level 558 gear with the idea that, very shortly after that, once they farm up some weathered crests, they can then just head over to the crafting order NPC and place a crafting order to upgrade all that gear to eye level 590. Boom, 83,000 gold on this guy. This is what I'm saying, folks. These don't sleep on this cross-realm selling item idea, right? This server is Emerald Dream. I think this is a mid-pop server. So I don't think this is even, necessarily wouldn't necessarily be on anyone's list of like top servers, I think, to make sales on. But 84,000 gold, right? Nothing to scoff at. And we can see here, I mean, we're also selling some Dragonflight stuff. I think because I literally have those in my bags from Dragonflight, right? After the pre-patch is when I set up all these alts, because we started using the Warbank to transfer items to them. And so I'm just reposting some of the Dragonflight items, but that, funnily enough, that the Dragonflight stuff is still selling, which I did not expect to be the case. I thought, Dragonflight items, who the hell is going to be buying any of those? But those have been selling. Let's see here. Yep, check this out. If we just search here, we sold 2 pieces of Dragonflight PvP gear for 2,100, 7,800, right? My crafting cost on those is nothing. I mean, barely anything on those, right? And we'll see here. I mean, there's other, like the more recent stuff. Yeah, that's Dragonflight stuff. But Pioneer's Perfected Gloves. Again, these gloves cost me like 150, 200 gold to craft. 4,750 gold is what we sold it for. Amazing, right? Fat margins. And again, this barely takes any time, each of the individual alts. Now, doing all of them, right, doing as many alts as you should be doing on this will take a little bit more time. But I'm just saying, fundamentally, you could literally just set up one character on any random realm, right, and start listing these items. It would take you less than 5 minutes a day to empty out their mail, repost everything, and then restock them from either the war bank or from, if you have a guild, if you have a private guild like I do, then it's even quicker because you can use Trade Skill Master. And I don't think Trade Skill Master fully supports the war bank yet, though I may be mistaken, because to be fair, I haven't checked in a while, and Trade Skill Master is constantly upgrading, upgrading, whichever the words we want to use there. But okay, I think we'll do the posting, and we'll open up some auctions on this guy real quick, and then I do need to take a little break to make a phone call, and so we'll do that, which I think should work out anyway time wise, because we are also, I can see on screen here, we are also due for an ad in a couple minutes here. So I'd rather we pick the time of the ad and line that up with when I'm on my phone call, so that we don't have to take two breaks rather. But okay, if you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Got a pretty quiet chat today. Maybe I'm not saying anything interesting, which is also most often what the case is. Okay, gotta mute. Don't want the echo there. Let's see here. Gotta set this. Top messages, all messages. I want to see all of my messages. Not just the top messages. Come on now, YouTube. What are we doing? I'm talking to myself again. What's up, Goldson? Yeah. Frequently talking to myself. What's up, Goldson? How's it going? How's your weekend? Hype. Hey, there we go. But yeah, no. So today's stream, we're basically just gonna be doing our weekly chores. I'm gonna do what everyone keeps telling me, and that I should do, which is actually use up my concentration. So we're gonna spend some time actually using up my concentration on all my alts, and sort that out. Hey, Scope Killer with the raid. What's up? Thank you so much, Scope Killer. How was your stream? How's the alt army working out for you there? But welcome in, everyone. Welcome. We are currently shuffling through cross-realm bankers. So these are just level 10 alts that we have on other servers to sell our green profession equipment and the blue leveling gear, as well as some of the crafted PvP gear, this is something I would recommend everyone sets up at least a few of. Because for a change, usually when we open up their mailboxes on stream, there isn't much gold. I don't know why. When I do this off stream, we always usually have, a couple, at bare minimum 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, on a good day, maybe 60, 70, 80,000 gold. But every time I've tried to do it on stream, it's been a little cursed, and it's been like 2,000 gold, right? 500 gold. But today's run so far, we've been doing well. The first crosswalk banker that we opened up on had, I think it was 35,000 gold. And this dude here has around 84,000 gold, I think it is. So yeah, I think today we're having a better run, right? And so I seem like less of a fraud telling people that they should set this up. Weekend was awesome, not so much in the game. That's always good. Yeah, I barely played any WoW this weekend. Yeah. Saturday was... So Friday, of course, we streamed. And then Saturday was just... I had two different parties to attend. And so I hung out with a bunch of friends. And there's an engagement in there and stuff like that. So that was nice. And then yesterday, I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit hungover. And then also I figured I should spend some time with my wife. So I just hung out with my wife most of the day, which was actually kind of nice. Not actually kind of, it's always nice spending time with my wife, right? Before anyone gets me in trouble here. But no, that was actually kind of nice, because usually Sundays is I spend a decent bit of time playing the game. And this Sunday I just didn't spend any time. But yeah, like I was saying, 83,000 gold in mailboxes here. So that's pretty sweet. And I think we're very much going to smash our 40 million gold today. But okay, let's log off of this dude, and hop over to the next one. And in the meantime, I'll catch up on chat. Slowly getting to the point where I don't need to spend a fortune on leveling professions anymore, so you can start to make some more gold. Oh, that's always nice. That's always nice. Every time I think I'm close to that point, I'm like, oh, well, I do still have like a dozen more alts. Well, more than that, actually. At this point, I probably still have about... Realistically, I probably still have like 28, 30 alts that I need to set up professions on. I just haven't gotten around to it. I've just been having fun with the characters that I have set up professions on. And since I'm not doing the concentration builds anyway, I'm not really missing out too much on waiting longer to set up professions on them. I mean, I would like if I was to do the smart thing and do the concentration builds on them, then it would be more valuable. But I don't see my playstyle changing anytime too soon. You need to buy some more of your own auctions to make the numbers look good. Is that the conspiracy theory? Is that what people are saying? No, I wouldn't, dude. If you guys will watch my stream, you can tell that I can barely get around to doing the actual things I need to do. I definitely do not have the organizational skills to buy my own auctions. I can barely manage. Dude, I'm struggling with 2 accounts, Scope Killer. Not all of us are as good at managing 5 accounts at once as you are. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't be able to coordinate that. That ain't me. I'm down to 3 million gold from 19 G's. Won't be surprised if some YouTubers do it to get some better content. Well, so I don't know if people do. I don't know if people still do it now. But I recall that like earlier, I know a couple expansions ago, what a lot of YouTubers or content creators would do, not a lot of, what some allegedly did was they would basically copy their alts to the test realm, and they would shuffle gold between their alts so that they could smash like their numbers, right? Hey, thank you for the follow, Nidge. Welcome to the stream, and thank you so much for the follow. Very much appreciate that. But yeah, supposedly that was the move, is like people to have crazy numbers on stream. They would basically copy their alts multiple times to the test realms, so that they could basically stream or like, well, I don't know how well that would work for stream, to be honest, but I think they would record their videos basically on the test, like on the test ROMs, right? On the PTR, so that they could stream with these huge numbers in their what do you call it? Like in their trade skill master or in their inventory. They could be gold capped without actually having all that much gold to begin with. But I don't know if anyone's still doing that. What's up, Nishtim? Great streamer. I wanted to express my appreciation for your streams. Your content brightens my day, and I enjoy being part of your community. Oh, that's very sweet of you. I'm not 100% certain that I fully buy it, but I'm you know what? I'm gonna hope for the best here. I'm gonna hope you're being genuine, and that's very sweet of you to say. You'd love to connect on Discord? Yeah! !Discord. We'll throw up the Discord link for you there. Why, dude? I don't know what iTunes is doing. It's just it keeps stopping the music. It stopped like 3 times while we were getting ready for stream. Are we good now? There we go. I think that should have hopefully fixed it. Let's see here. Boom. All right, we've got the overlay showing up as well. And oh no, I think we missed the ad break. But I will need to take a quick break in a second here, because I do need to make a phone call real quick. What's up? I see we have a bunch more people joining us on Twitch. Welcome in, everyone. Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. We are currently on one of my cross-realm bankers. So this is just a level 10 allied race that we have set up on a different server, and we use the Warbank, or in my case, the Cross-Realm Guild Bank, to transfer items to these other realms so that we can basically open up our markets, right? I play on Illidan North America, which is one of, if not the highest pop server. I mean, it changes day to day, week to week. But it's basically, Illidan is as full of a server as you can get. And because of that, right, not only are prices for a lot of items very, very low, which makes, you know, selling profitably a lot harder, but also if you aren't cancel scanning, which I've done a lot of cancel scanning in my day. These days, I just don't have the patience for it. And I also don't feel like it's super helpful to people who watch the stream or watch videos to be like, all right, the way you make a bunch of gold is by sitting at your auction house all day, every day, cancel scanning and reposting, right? And so a server like Illidan, you're going to have to do a lot of that. On other realms like this one, I think this, I literally have to set up a macro that tells me what realm the character is on, because otherwise I can't keep track of what server we're on. And this guy's on Kilrog. Kilrog has been somewhat decent for me, but I mean, as you guys can see, we only have about 6,000 gold in sold auctions on this server specifically. The last two characters that we checked had 35,000 gold in their mailbox and 83,000 gold. So, yeah, I mean, the main thing I'll say with this is it's... Oh, sorry. Moved away from the microphone right there. Spilled some of my beverage here. I don't tend to mention the names of beverages on stream much anymore, because every time I do, everyone thinks that I'm like sponsored by them, which I would love to be, but I'm not. So I'll just say there's a diet version of a beverage that involves some mountainous terrain, right? And I think that should be specific enough in and of itself, but let's just say you may find this, what the name refers to, in the mornings, all right? On a mountain. I feel like that's... Is anyone having difficulty figuring out what beverage I'm drinking here? If so, I'm a little bit genuinely concerned. But hey. All right. It does seem like Trade Skill Masters shortfall to bags thing is a little buggy today, but we'll give it one more shot. And if it bugs out again, then we'll just log over to the next alt. You smell the scam, not gonna lie. Low key, yeah. I mean, I'm hoping it's just a nice viewer saying some sweet words. But usually if someone joins the stream, follows, and then straight away tries to pitch their Discord, I'm just gonna say it. There's a lot of times they're trying to sell me some AI art, which I mean, yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully that's not what Nidge Tim is up to, though. Hopefully Nidge Tim is genuinely a viewer and just had forgotten to follow before. But yeah, I mean, hey, if anything, that serves as a reminder to everyone watching out there. If you are watching and you're enjoying the content, or you want to keep on top of things, or heck, maybe you just want the gummy pet. We're doing another giveaway on Friday. Last week we actually technically had two winners. Who I will be giving the pet codes to, but we'll be doing another giveaway on Friday stream, so definitely consider following, subscribing, right, doing all the things. Twitch subs do also get 5 bonus tickets for the giveaway, so yeah, that, and also you'll help me replace my broken headset here, which was the entire reason that we were late to start stream on Friday. So I mean, there's something in it for you guys as well. In addition to the ad-free viewing experience and the other benefits that you get from subbing. Fun fact, 100 million gold is worth 33,245 dirhams. God damn, that's a lot. Yeah, that is a lot. To translate into American, that's what, like $10,000? Is it literally that linear though? I mean, it's just slightly less than $10,000 technically. I feel like 100 million gold sounds like it should be worth more than $10,000, but then at the same time, maybe not. Because I was doing the math. I think this was why I was doing the math. I was watching the Mr. Beast video where he has like a bunch of YouTubers competing. He had, I think, 50 top YouTubers competing to win $1 million for their audiences, right? And being me, my first thought was, okay, if let's say I won that $1 million, right, and I had to give it away to my audience, how many tokens would that equate to? Now, I think we can all agree that if I had $1 million to give away, the stupidest thing I could do with it would be to buy tokens, right? Because right off the top, we're giving, basically all we're doing is instead of donating that money to charity, we're now giving $1 million to Activision Blizzard / Microsoft, right? So I think it would probably be the stupidest way to think that I could potentially do with $1 million that was given to me to give away to my audience, right? Anyway, I still wanted to crunch the numbers, and I think the number I came to is that for North America, it would work out to like 4 billion gold. I think the number was. Let's see here. I'll try and run the numbers again. All right, so we've got $1 million. All right, we divide that by $20 because that's 50,000 tokens, and that works out to 10 billion gold. 10 billion gold. So yeah, $1 million would buy you 10 billion gold, and then presumably you'd take a 25% hit if you then wanted to convert that back into Battle.net balance, right? But okay, next alt, and we are going to take that quick little break right now. I'm just going to make my phone call real quick, and then we'll come back and get back to this. We have a couple more cross-realm bankers to get to, but I think fairly soon, probably when we come back from break, we'll also boot up the second account and get going with the chores on that account because we have a lot more characters on that account. Yeah, and so we're going to basically go through all of my characters at least once. Oh, damn it, I missed out. Oh, dude, I did the thing I do every Dark Moon Fair, which is that I forget that it runs out on Saturday. And so I missed doing the Dark Moon Fair on most of my alts, which is kind of funny because last month I did the Dark Moon Fair on every single alt. So it's fitting that this month I would forget to do it on most of them, which kind of sucks because I know some of those characters were just 3 knowledge points away from being able to do something. But hey, I haven't been staying on top of patron orders or the catch-up knowledge points anyway, so can't be too mad about that. But okay, yeah, see, basically I think the point is if I'm streaming to fewer than, like if I'm streaming to 1 or 2 viewers, then all of these bankers have a bunch of gold in their mailbox, right? The first 2 characters we checked, we had like 1 person viewing live, and we got 35,000 and 85,000 gold in the mailbox. Now we have a lot more viewers in chat, and we got 4,500 gold. So hey, I'll take it though. I'll take it. Just you don't have to take my word for it. Go watch the VOD. These cross-realm bankers do make a bunch of bank. All right. Anyway, quick little break, and then we'll come back and not only check the other alts, but we'll also get into the actual gold making stuff on my main accounts. We'll do a major crafting run, so we'll do crafting on all of my main characters, and I'll try and minimize how distracted I get. We may also run some delves, try and unlock the remaining vault slots. But if you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know. Do you guys want to see gold making stuff? Do you guys want to see delves or like vault stuff? Let me know in chat, and we'll do whatever the consensus is. All right, quick little break, and I'll see you guys back in a few. All right, we are back. So, yeah, didn't end up taking the call, unfortunately. Looks like the other person's a little bit busy right now, so we may have to we may have to take a little break again in a little bit to take the call. But it'll be okay. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. The stream will continue. All right. What's up? How's everyone doing? How was the weekend for everyone? Did you guys make a bunch of gold? What are we feeling? We are currently basically shuffling through our cross-realm bankers, quickly reposting things and opening up mailboxes. So far, we've pulled, what, like 150,000 gold out? No, not quite. That's me. That's me hamming things up a little bit. I'm not going to lie. We got, what, 35,000, then we did 85,000. So that's, what, like 110, 120 something, and then we pulled another 4,000 or 5,000 on 2 more characters, and yeah, so we're just quickly reposting things, and then we will get into actually crafting on my main. You know what? Let's go ahead and boot up my main account as well, so we can get going with that as well. Let's see here. Dude, shortfall to bags is glitching out again. All right. That's one more alt down. I think we have 3 or 4 left. But yeah, I think we're on track to hit 40 million gold on today's stream one way or another. Because I know my main banker has over 500,000 gold in their mailbox. And what do you call it? And yeah, we're at 39.5 million gold in our bags. So yeah, we're definitely smashing 40 million. Question is, how much more can we hit? 41? Probably not. I mean, maybe, but probably not. But maybe. And so this dude is on is on Rexar. I mean, my main point in this is just I would take a look through something like what do you call it? The Undermined Journal, or I guess Trade Skill Master as well now is updated, right? So you could use Trade Skill Master as well to identify other realms to sell these items on. What I would do is I would start off by, figuring out what items you're planning on selling. For me, when I set these up, I set them up back in Dragonflight, so these may not be actually the best servers for me to be doing this on. I just have it set up and I'm pretty lazy. If you guys have watched the stream, you know this. Oh, geez, this guy has nothing in terms of sales. That's not great. That's not great. Yeah, but I mean, as you guys saw on the earlier characters, 30, 80,000 gold, that's pretty much how it works when this goes well. But a big part of it is also, I mean, there's a good chance that what happened was I posted some of these items, and right afterwards someone came in and undercut a whole bunch of them. And that's just how it is, right? It's 20% of the time it works, 100% of the time. All right. It's the best way I can put it. Yeah, and I mean, the way you'd get around this is by posting more often, right? Or by posting for longer. Because again, on all these characters, I'm posting for 12 hours, which is not what you want to be doing. ideally you wanna post for at least 24 to 48 hours. You can post for 12 hours if you're willing to check all these characters, twice a day. Then posting for 12 hours the way we are right now, the way we're doing right now, would work. But realistically, I check these characters maybe a couple times a week. So I would be much better served by posting for ideally, 48 hours. But with 48 hours, there's a good chance that I get undercut at some point anyway. And then we're just paying higher deposit costs, right? But again, I mean, the deposit costs on most of these items, I am careful with item selection where I pick items that are worth at least a couple grand, right? In most cases. And so therefore, the deposit costs shouldn't eat too much into our margins. And again, if you're posting for 48 hours, you're probably going to make more sales than you will the way I am right now, where we're posting things for 12 hours each. But yeah, I've been lazy with updating my auction house groups and posting for 24 hours instead. I do need to get around to it at some point. But yeah, maybe we'll do that on Wednesday stream. Maybe I'll target doing that on Wednesday stream, simply for what do you call it? Because then we can also do a little bit of a guide to Trade Skill Master that I know some of you guys have been asking for. I mean, my Trade Skill Master setup is very janky right now. It's literally, I just have groups set up to post things at a minimum item price, right? And that's it. So, I mean, you'll see if we mouse over any of these. This one, you'll see the auctioning operation there is 2,400 gold times 5, or divided by 5, /5. And all that means is that anytime this item is selling on any server for above 2,400 gold, we'll post 5 of them. And it's literally, that's how simple my Trade Skill Master operations are. Again, not saying that this is the best move, but it's the easiest to set up, and it's what's been working for me so far. So if it's not broken, there's no point in fixing it, I feel like. But my heart goes da 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 bum 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 ba dum bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum. Okay, so yeah, this dude not as good sales as we would have hoped, but hey, it is what it is. Doing things I've never done. Oh my god, when I see you I should run. But I'm frozen in motion and my heart tells me to stop. How are we feeling about Adrel Show karaoke? Am I carrying a tune? What are we doing? sun is shining and so are you. Can't you see I got news for you? Sun is shining and so are you. Gosh dang it. 675 gold sold on the server. Yeah. We started off strong and it's for you, sun is shining and so are you. Sun is shining and so. Okay. Yeah. So I think this is our second last cross realm banker that we need to do our quick auction house posting on. After which we'll get into the actual gold making side of things, because yeah, as fun as it is watching me pull 600 gold out of the mailbox, I feel like it's not the most engaging stream content. Trade Skill Master is fun and cool and good, but yeah, we'll see. I don't know if it's the most interesting thing to stream. But yeah, I mean, like I said, basically we're selling green profession equipment, right? That's selling well. In addition to that, we're also selling this blue leveling gear. We have a couple of Dragonflight items in here as well, which you may wonder why we're doing that. But honestly, I stopped posting them for a couple of days. On other servers, though, I've noticed that they are still selling. And you'll notice the prices here on these are like 9,000, 10,000 gold. And for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, but they do sell. People are still buying the Dragonflight crafted PvP gear at pretty high prices. So I'm not sure if it's just people who don't have the war within yet, because I'm guessing there's still more people like that than we would probably suspect. But that aside, maybe for transmog, I mean, maybe I've seen some Reddit posts that it looks like people are also still trying to get the transmog from the Dragonflight PvP gear. So maybe that's what's going on. But I mean, also things like trinkets and what do you call it? Necks and rings and things are selling as well. So it's not purely transmog sales. I think there are actually some people who are just picking up the Dragonflight PvP gear. Maybe they're leveling alts, right, through PvP. And so once they hit Dragonflight territory, maybe it's worth it for them. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, is maybe if you're leveling an alt, right, purely through Battlegrounds, you'd probably want to slap a full set of Dragonflight PvP gear on them, right? Because that will still scale to 528 or something, which is pretty decent for a level 70. And heck, even if you're just leveling from 70 to 80, I level 528 in PvP is pretty decent, because that probably gives you a bit of an advantage over everyone else in the leveling bracket PvP brackets, right? The leveling PvP brackets, is that the right word? All right. Anyway, we're logged into our main account as well. Let's swap over to this as well and get cooking here with all the other gold making stuff we have to do. So this is my main. We've done all of our weekly sources of knowledge points, and I think I even did the Dark Moon Fair on this guy. I forgot on all my other characters, but hey, it is what it is. Right? No point crying over spilled milk. Let's see, are any of these patron orders worth doing? This one just barely, but we got to use up 470 concentration. Pointless, not doing it. 1 knowledge point for 1,300 gold. Also not doing it. 8,100 gold for 10 artisans acuity. Yeah, not doing it. We're not doing it, Blizzard. I'm not forking over that kind of gold. And actually, 2 other things that I have to do while we're on this tune. Enchanting. Oh, bro. Oh, okay, that one's definitely worth doing. See if there's any public orders up. Probably not, but hey, on the off chance that there are. I also need to simplify my interface a little bit. I know someone was telling me in my YouTube comments that it's looking a little messy. All right, so we'll hide the Bountiful Delve tracker here. We'll hide what else? The Delve quest, we can hide that, right? Unless we're leveling, we don't really need that. Instance type Delve, yeah, right. That one's only gonna load then. Okay, I think we're good. How's our interface looking? Is it looking cleaner? I could probably hide monkey speed as well, in all honesty. At least hide it for stream. I don't know. Are we looking better? Are the things looking less chaotic on stream? All right, let's do an auctionator scan, and then we'll figure out what we're crafting on this guy. Enchants and jewel crafting, and we'll also figure out how to use up his concentration. Day mean everything to me, but I mean nothing to you. But okay, the last few auctions. Come on now. Post these last few auctions, and then we'll get into the actual gold making fun side of things. Right, we'll smash our 40 million gold. We're so close. Check this out, 39.6 million gold. And we know that we have at least 500,000 gold in sales on my main banker, and then we have our other banker as well, who also has a little bit of gold, right? Another 100, 200,000 gold. So I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, our stretch goal for this stream is that we hit 40.5 million gold, which is entirely possible. All right, I'm gonna hit the camera for a second, but I'm still here, so nobody stress out, all right? Moving to Goblin Cam, but your boy is still very much here. Shortfall to bags is actually working, which is nice. But okay, it looks like the shortfall to bags kind of worked. Last couple items here. All right, our auctionator scan is done, so we can actually get to the gold making. All right, we didn't. Oh, we do have we have that one patron order, but I'm gonna queue up everything else so that we can buy mats for everything at once, and then do it once we have our Shattered Essence up. Oh, we don't have only favorites selected, so let's do that. Let's filter on only favorites. Now the issue with enchanting is that if I use the relative profit thing, right, there are enchants that are making me more than 20%, which is my general cutoff, right? No real science behind that. It's just the threshold at which I'm comfortable with. The problem is the majority of enchants that are going to make me 20% profit are just not worth all that much. So we can see here, Whisper of Armored Avoidance, 19% margin, right? That sounds good. This one, 48% margin. But the actual profit's only 159 gold. So can I be bothered to craft something that's only going to make me 48 gold? Not, or 159 gold? Probably not, right? 48% sounds very sweet, but 159 gold doesn't sound nearly as good. Now the second one here, this I would do, because that's 2,000 gold per craft. That's worth my time and energy. Hey, Bipolar Taco, what's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Sorry, I was messing with my air conditioner there. Yeah, let's see. Are there any others here that kind of make sense for us to craft, right? It's these low profit amounts. I think so much so that I think I'm literally going to swap this to actual profit, like gold amount, because that's of more interest to me. But what's up, Bipolar Taco? Welcome in. How's it going? So far on the stream, we've been mainly messing with our cross realm bankers, right? And we pulled like 130,000 gold, I want to say, right? The first two alts that we hopped on, we had 35,000 gold in sales, and then we had 83,000 gold in sales, right? Things were looking good. We felt like we were on a good run, and then every banker since then has been like 5,000 and literally 400, and I think the last couple had like 0 in terms of sales, so that's not super great, but hey, it is what it is. Pretty good. I'm sore from moving all weekend, but it's finally done, so I'm excited to have my weekends back. Oh, hell yeah. The moving houses, I'm guessing, right? Good stuff. Good stuff. Congrats on the new place. I didn't. It sounds like you probably didn't play much WoW this weekend, which is my story as well. I did not play WoW at all this weekend. Yeah, Saturday was just busy with had some parties and some social things to get to, friends engagement, right? Yeah, and then Sunday I was, I'm not gonna lie, low-key kind of hungover. Dude, post 30, I just can't, like, hangover is just so brutal. It's just not a fun time. And yeah, but basically spent the day hanging out with my wife, so that was a lot of fun. And yeah, barely played the game at all, and honestly, not zero regrets about that. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I feel like we're definitely at the stage of the expansion where it's yeah, there's not less to do in the game, right? It's, I mean, being an MMO, there's always a million and one things you can do, but I feel like there's definitely diminishing returns now more than in the past couple weeks. But okay, that's this banker done. We got one more, or one or two more, and in the meantime, we'll start queuing up enchants. Now, the Radiant Mastery, let's see what the actual prices on these are, because I have a sneaking suspicion that the reason that this is profitable is because something is goofy with the prices. Although it doesn't seem to be. It looks like the rank 3 are at about the price that they always are, right? If we look at the current price versus the recent value and the market value as well, 9,800 gold is sort of at par. Because I'm always skeptical with enchants, right? If the profit margins are looking a little bit better than other similar enchants, I'm always a little worried that maybe it's because the prices are jacked up. But in this case, it seems to be genuine. And what's also kind of interesting is, so CraftSim had a great new change that they made, where you can now optimize finishing reagents as well, which I'm not gonna lie, is kind of bittersweet to me, because I love that they added it as a feature. Great feature, right? I've said this before. You really want to make sure that you're checking your finishing reagents. The only downside that I can potentially see is that the competition is now more likely to do this, which yeah is what makes it bittersweet. I mean, all credit to Genju. He's always making things better in his add-on and adding more and more value to it. So like I said, I can't really be too annoyed by that. But selfishly, I kind of I do kind of wish that feature didn't exist, because I could always tease out a little bit more in terms of margins by min-maxing those finishing reagents, which was kind of nice. And the interesting thing to note, and I'll give away a little bit of another one of my little secrets here, is that it will optimize finishing reagents in the first slot. So those are the ones that give you more resourcefulness or multi-craft or whatever else. But it still isn't optimizing the second finishing reagent slot, as in the items that give you plus skill. And especially for enchanting, there's a good little bit of profit in there, because you'll see if I use the regular mats, right, we're at 19% profit margin. If I add in the stack of Pentagold reviews, I'm now making 23% profit, which may not sound like a huge difference, but honestly, enchanting at this stage of the expansion is such a game of little edges that it is going to make a difference. All right, I think what we're going to do is we're going to check the last two cross-region alts. We'll then hop over to the first character, right? My main bankers. We'll open up all of our mails. We'll do the mailbox opening. We'll smash our 40 million gold target. And then we'll actually start spending gold again to make more gold. Yeah. This is why I used to historically always do the mailbox openings at the start of stream. Because that would on paper be when I have the most gold, right? Because when I'm crafting is when I'm spending a bunch of gold, right? I'm reinvesting that gold to make more gold out of it. Yeah. Inverted prism. All right, let's remove the cost price override for this. And the reason I do these craft sim price overrides is because that's how I calculate the amount that I want to set up my trade skill master groups for. All right, we may have to do that again depending on how much prices have shifted. Ooh, dude, jewel crafting still has some pretty decent margins on the reagents, and I'm surprised by that because I don't have a multi-craft tool on this guy. He has a resourcefulness blue tool, and he has the blue extravagant loops, but he doesn't have a blue multi-craft tool, which is probably going to be the next little piece of gear that I get for him. Gosh dang it, Moonguard with 992 gold. Come on now, what are we doing here? Hoping my pet flip made me some money over the weekend. Logging in to check now. Ooh, which pet did you flip, if you don't mind sharing? But yeah, the thing is, pet flipping will always have a good amount of gold in it. Both, you know, between servers or just picking up pets on the cheap, or heck, buying mats off the auction house and converting them into a pet, right? That'll always pay fairly decently. The problem is that the pet market is kind of like the transmog market, where you can make a bunch of gold, but the volumes are pretty low. And so you may, you know, it may take you a couple of weeks, or it may take you as much as a week or a couple of weeks, depending on the pet. Oh, Sir Shady Murgleton, the Undercoin one. Ooh, yeah, okay. I've seen a lot about that. I'd be interested to see if you were able to sell it. I know trade chat works somewhat decently as well, but it is a bit of a niche market, right? So, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I find it hard to recommend as a market. What I will say though, and what I will always recommend, is the crafted pet market is sometimes a little bit better in that sense. I don't know why. I know why. The reason being because a lot of pet collectors may not be as into professions. And so the only way that they can get those crafted pets is obviously through someone with the profession. And if they're not, you know, if they don't have as much time to play, or they just don't want to wrap their heads around the profession system, which, I mean, as I think we're all aware of now, in the War Within and in Dragonflight as well, the profession system is a whole metagame in and of itself, right? And so if they have limited amounts of time, then they may just be willing to, just pay someone to figure out the crafting thing for them. right? Because I mean, yeah, if you're a pet battler, if that's what you enjoy doing in this game, you can make a decent bit of gold simply by buying level 1 pets, you know, pet battling with them until they hit pet level 25, and then selling them for that, and like selling them as level 25 pets instead. I think I have the add-on enabled here. I don't know if I have my settings completely unjanked. I think I have to go into my options here. But I believe if we come down to, where is it? Rematch TSM pet values here. I think there is a way to segregate prices for, never mind. Because I know I had it set up at one point where the first slot here would give me the price for a level 1 version of this pet, and the second thing here would give me the price for the level 25 version of the pet. And that was great because then I could identify where to use those pet stones. Now, of course, you can manually level the pets from level 1 to level 25. Yeah, so you can get pet stones from a bunch of different quests, right? I think the weekly, like when the weekly event is the pet battle quest event, you'll also get one of those. You'll also get one of those epic pet battle stones, right? And so you could definitely use that to make a little bit more gold. And bipolar taco, if you're having issues flipping the Sir Shady Murgleton, I would say that's not a bad move. Potentially, one way you can add more value to it. Sir Shady, let's see here. Sir Shady Murgleton Jr. Oh yeah, it looks like at least on Illidan, no one's selling the level 25 version of this, so you could easily either see a quicker sale on the pet you have by selling it for 31,000 gold, but at level 25, right? Or you could probably slap another like 10 or 15,000 gold on top of that. Yeah, it's more than a 10x flip. Wait, how did you buy it super cheap? Was that the thing? Like, did you manage to snipe one super cheap? Is that, I guess I'm trying to understand what the flip was. Or do you just mean the coins? Oh, cross round buy. Okay, yeah, that's definitely, yeah, you're kind of kind of ensured that you're gonna make gold there that way. But yeah, I would say if nothing else, what you could do is you could pick up this quest right here, right? You just gotta do 5 PvP pet battles, which shouldn't take you super long. And then you can use this stone on your on the Sir Murgleton thing and probably sell it for 40-50k, because people will pay extra to not have to level the pet to level 25. Because for a lot of pet collectors, they not only want to collect the pets, but they also want to have them all at level 25. And also, if you're just picking it up to like finish out a comp, right? Maybe there's a certain specific like pet battle team that works particularly well with that pet. People are willing to spend a little bit of extra gold to not have to manually level up those pets themselves, right? I mean, so much so that like there's what is it? It's what's the name of the garrison? There's like a pet battle tamer that shows up in the garrison every couple of months, I think. Squirt, yeah, where it makes it super easy. And I think it would have been one of the days this week, because you have the pet battle event going on, which gives you 100% bonus battle pet experience. And so basically you can just sit in the garrison spamming like 2 or 3 keys and level up battle pets in like no time, from level 1 all the way to level 25. And so I know a lot of people who make gold with pets will basically just spend all day on Squirt Day, which is an interesting name, but is literally just the name of the pet battle tamer, is called Squirt, and so that's why it's Squirt Day. All right, let's keep it clean, folks. That's why it's called Squirt Day. All right. Yeah, but I mean that's a great little way to make a little bit more gold as well, especially if you enjoy pet battling. Yeah, you can make a decent bit of gold by just buying level 1 pets, leveling them up to 25, and then selling them at level 25 instead. And of course, it's kind of scales with the rarity of the pet that you're doing it for, right? If you pick up something that's heavily in demand, especially if you pick a pet that like is in a lot of the different battle pet comps, right? So like a Nubisath idol, a lot of the guides that you'll see out there use a Nubisath idol. It's a very powerful pet for pet battling, and so you can buy these at level 1, level them up to level 25, and sell them pretty easily and quickly. Does Trade Skill Master actually give you sale rates? Oh, it does, yeah. So you'll see that the sale rate for this is actually a good bit better. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? You can buy this for 9,000 gold. Either use one of those battle pet stones, right? That gives you 25 levels right off the jump. Or you can just level it up manually. And annoyingly, it looks like for this one, there's not actually that much of a price difference. The level 25s you can pick up for 11,000 gold. But realistically, what you could also do is you could also be a little bit cheeky and reset the market on this. Now, there are going to be people who have more of these at level 25 already that they haven't put on the auction house, but it'll take them a little bit of time to figure out what that is, and you could probably do a pretty effective reset depending on what server you're playing on. Like, I think this would be a market that is probably less risky to try and reset. Because worst case, if you don't sell them on your home realm, you can always, pick another realm and sell them there instead. I would be interested, because I'm sure there is one server or a couple of servers that more pet battlers play on, right? Like, that's just how things would shake out. So presumably there would be servers that are better for selling battle pets on, right? But then you got to wonder if how effective the market is, and because it's a server that has more pet battlers on it, prices are lower, and so there's more volume, but overall you're going to see less sales and less margin because there's going to be more undercutters and things like that. But yeah, I mean, the pet battle, in summary, the battle pet market is a great market to get into, particularly if you enjoy battle pets. And leveling them and stuff like that. You can make a lot of gold playing Pokemon in this game. What are we thinking? Does Nintendo take what do you call it? Does Nintendo take offense to me describing it as such? Although it took them this long to sue Palworld, so I feel like even if they wanted to do anything, it may take them a little bit of time. Heck, I guess the next focus they have is what do you call it? The next people they would sue, if anyone, is probably going to be that TCG card simulator. Although I still don't see what case they would have. I mean, I guess they could sue whoever makes the add-on that converts all of the different little cards over to what do you call it? To Pokemon cards. I could see them taking issue with that. Oh geez, why did we get logged out? They're suing Palworld for something else, not even the pets. Oh really? To be fair, I didn't look too much into it. Wait, let me try and look that up. I'm interested in what other case they would have. I mean, I guess maybe some of the systems or something like that. I know Palworld was trying pretty hectically to get the mod down that like converted everything into Pokemon. They're suing for a mechanical patent. That makes sense. That does make sense. Can the tension of family-friendly nice guys and we sue everyone and send a disabled person to jail really continue to exist in perpetuity? Yeah, it's I don't know much about Nintendo to be quite honest, but I've watched a couple of Ludwig videos about how they've dealt with like some of the competitions in the Smash scene, like the Mario Party Smash or whatever game, and it sounds like they're pretty hectic. But okay, this article doesn't seem to say anything of of what the case is. Let's see here. It is also kind of wild that that one of their biggest cases is against the guy literally named Gary Bowser. I mean, what are the odds, right? Okay, so it looks like the whole Pokemon Gun's reputation and use of Pokeball-like PAL spheres, potentially the crux of Nintendo's patent case. Dude, are you kidding me? So literally, it wasn't. It turns out you're right. It turns out, Bipolar Taco. That is wild. So it's not even the Pokemon thingamabobbers that got them sued. It's the PAL spheres, which admittedly is a little bit on the nose. I wonder if they could have used something else. But yeah, is it literally the patent on freaking Pokeballs? Dude, you're right. This is so much dumber than I thought it would be. I would listen, because a lot of the pals. I mean, I had a bunch of fun playing Pal World. I didn't spend much time streaming it, admittedly, and when I got it, I thought that I would spend a decent amount of time streaming it. Heck, we may do some Pal World streams at some point anyway, because it's been a while since I played, and I didn't fully finish everything off in it. So we may do. I mean, if we have another stream where the WoW servers go down, we may spend a little bit of time in Pal World, because it is a fun as heck game. I think they did some great work, and I think also I think this was hopefully the kick in the butt that Nintendo needed to like actually do something with the Pokemon IP. It is wild to me that Pokemon is such a like beloved franchise in the gaming world, right? Even people who aren't even really gamers, like my wife, right? Still feel some kind of way about a Pokemon game. And despite that, I feel like Nintendo has done nothing with the IP, right? The reason that Pal World was as big as it was because it was actually finally a fresh take on it, right? I know Pokemon has done some 3D stuff, and I'll admit that I haven't followed it as much, but I think I put that less on me, because I think the games just haven't been that insane. There's a reason that I heard so much good stuff about Pal World, and I didn't hear anything about any major Pokemon game in years, right? Pokemon Go was big for a while, and that was kind of cool, but I feel like Pal World is what they should have been doing this whole time. And I'm also realizing that I also need to change something in OBS real quick. Where is it? Live scene. Give me 1 second, folks. We're gonna do something live, which is always a good sign. How do I switch on an outline? Is what we're trying to do here. Outline, boom. Here you go, stupid. Want me to change? Oh, that didn't work. All right, 1 second. 1 second here. Jeez. Did that work? Do we have an outline on the text like I wanted? Interestingly enough, it doesn't look like. Is the outline just not thick enough? All right, let's see here. Damn it. Why is it? Oh, that somehow looks worse. Jeez. The hell? Sorry, I'm trying to throw an outline so that the vertical stream looks better. And this does not seem to... This just does not seem to be working. Maybe it's the color? Let's see here. If I just set this to black, does that... Oh, God. Okay, anyways, I'll figure it out off stream. But yeah, that's wild. So basically, they sued them over the Pokeballs, which is wild. You played it a ton? Yeah, I played it a bunch as well. Well, because also it like I got the game while I was traveling, and a good bit of that time I traveled to somewhere that I didn't have reliable internet on. Like I was in a place that didn't have reliable internet, so having a game like Pal World that I could play offline was great. Because I could play it on the flight, right, on my laptop, and then I also, when I got to the place, whenever the Wi-Fi went down, it didn't really impact me too much because I could just continue playing Pal World. I didn't have access to like the websites, right? Like the different online guides, which was always kind of handy. And I think also playing WoW, you sort of get into this habit of like anytime anything's even mildly confusing in a game, you just alt tab to Wowhead, right? And so that's what I was doing a lot of. And so that it kind of sucked for that when the Wi-Fi went down, but other than that, I could still play the game and like do things, which was kind of lit. I went and bought 4 bags of Trolley so you could get the pet. Good stuff. Well, so you only need 1 for the pet though, right? I guess if you went to the different stores, then you could have picked up the different tabards as well. It's probably when it would make the most sense to pick up all of the like multiple bags, unless you also maybe you wanted the Diablo and the Sea of Thieves rewards as well. I wanted the rest to eat. Yeah, fair enough. Dude, I think it was on Friday after stream. I decided to treat myself. I got an entire bag of Sour Patch Kids, right? And I thought I would eat, like, spread them out, right? Eat them over the next couple of days. Dude, I housed the entire bag in literally one sitting. Sour Patch Kids are so freaking good. We don't get the trolley gummy worms here, but they're also pretty fire. I mean, they're I think I described them as A tier sour candy, right? S tier, we're restricted to German. They have these like sour tongue things that you get in Germany and some of the other German speaking countries as well. Those are S tier. Sour Patch Kids also S tier. Although the extra sour Sour Patch Kids or so I would say the extra sour Sour Patch Kids and the Sour Patch Big Kids are S tier. And then what do you call it? Regular Sour Patch Kids, honestly, probably A tier as well. I feel like I can't put them in the same tier as the big Sour Patch Kids and the extra sour Patch Kids. What else goes in S tier? I don't know. I've been considering buying a whole bunch of sour candy, and doing a tier list for them, because there's very few things that I'm as passionate about as sour candy, which is why this trolley promotion, I was like, dude, this is everything I love combined into into one. I hear good things about Sour Boys. Is that the sour.gg? Because there's a couple of content creators now that have sour candies. I'll be honest, Mr. Beast's Feastables has like the Carl sour gummies, which I figured was going to be kind of overhyped, because let's be honest, Feastables as well, kind of mid chocolate, if we're being honest. But they're also so overpriced, dude. They're the equivalent of like $10 where I live for a bag, and it's just like a regular size bag of sour candy. Which, I mean, if I can get a bag of Sour Patch... Well, they're slightly smaller than like a pack of Sour Patch Kids. And I can get a pack of Sour Patch Kids for like less than half of that. Which is still pretty expensive as far as Sour Patch Kids go compared to like the States. Because I think in the States you can get the family size bag for like $5, right? Although, I don't know. With inflation being as crazy as it has been in the States recently, I feel like my whole understanding of what things cost in the States is kind of gotten a little warped. Sour Boys, the Oompa one. Wait, what's that? Let me try looking this up off stream, because I'm worried that Googling Sour Boys may pop up some. Oh, these. Wait, what are these? Sour Boys. Sour.gg. Yeah, okay, this is the one I was thinking of. Regular Sour Patch Kids are $15? Is that for real? Dude, that's wild. Big if true. I haven't tried these. I've seen some stuff about these. I don't know if I can get these where I live. presumably I could, right? Because I feel like anytime an influencer drops anything, Dubai is high on their list of like markets that they want to test things out on, or like release things in. But I haven't tested these out here. I have tried sour strips though. And that's also just because I'm a huge Max Tuning fan. Like, especially when I'm working out, he's definitely one of the guys who I watch a lot of his content. And then also, you just get them at the store here, like at the regular ass grocery store. You can find sour strips, which is pretty wild to me. That like an influencer product is just on the store next to like regular candy here. Regular price $15 for Sour Patch Kids. Are they really that pricey these days? God damn, dude. US inflation is wild. And if that's the case, then maybe the prices that I'm getting them on Amazon for here aren't that bad. So maybe that's just what Sour Patch Kids cost now. I just realized I can't open up Amazon on stream because it will leak my address and I don't want to dox myself. All right. I'll take your word for it. That's wild though. You get yours by the pound on Amazon. Fair enough, man. I feel like I fall into the typical pit hole, like the usual pitfall, right? Of most of these things. Whereas I feel like the American approach to groceries, where you just buy like huge bags of everything and then just have them on stock, is the move, right? That's how I approach most things, right? Like toiletries, I mean, things like soft drinks and things like that. I prefer just buying things in bulk and then having a whole bunch of them on deck. And that's my approach. That's generally my approach to candy and things like that as well, right? Because my wife's usual thing is, look, just buy less candy and you will eat less candy. The thing is, with me, I feel like that when I eat the least candy isn't because I don't have it on deck. I mean, I'm sure that the thing is, she's kind of right. If I have less candy lying around, I'm probably less likely to eat it. But I feel like what often ends up happening then instead is that I end up just buying smaller packs more often and spending more money on them anyway. So I don't end up eating that much less candy. I just end up spending a lot more for the same amount of candy. But she's probably right, because I probably do. It probably does still lead to me eating less. 15 is for the 5-pound pack. Oh, dude, that's still wild though. That's still super expensive than what I remember it being. Because I remember you used to be able to get the like 5-pound pack for like $6. But again, that was like a couple of years ago. And yeah, like I said, U.S. inflation has been wild. Like, I'll be honest, I heard a lot of talk of how bad inflation had gotten in the States, right? But I thought a lot of it was just like, media exaggerations and whatever. And then I visited the States last year. I end up going to the States more or less every year, right? Did we do an America trip this year? We did. We spent a couple weeks in the States this trip. And I feel like not even this year's trip, but last year's trip is when I was like, holy cow, things do not cost anywhere near what they used to, right? Because I went to college in the States, and so I've spent a meaningful amount of time in the States picking up groceries and like doing all the things, right? So I think I vaguely understand what things cost in the States, right? Or at least I used to be able to figure out if things were expensive or somewhat reasonable based in the States, right? I mean, I did go to I did also live in a fairly small town. It was a college town, right? And so prices were definitely a little bit cheaper there because it was like small town America pricing more so than like the cities, right? Cities, the coastal elites definitely paid a lot more than things like than what I was used to paying for things. But that aside, the last time I went to the States, I was like, God damn, these things are expensive. Like, everything just got so much more expensive. Plus, American tipping culture will never not trip me out, dude. Because not only are things way more expensive, but on everything you got to tack another 10 to 20% on top, just so whoever was like taking care of you can pay rent. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing is not only is it painful to have to tip that much, but also you got to do it because like I want everyone to be able to pay rent. You know what I mean? Buy themselves food. Quiet luxuries like food and rent. They're on sale a lot. Certain stuff is pretty bad. We do a lot of bulk buying for my family of three, so it's different for us too. Oh yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, in college, I was living alone for a good chunk of that, and so it was harder to buy in bulk as much. I would try to buy in bulk as much as I could, but it's still. I mean, like living in a studio apartment, you also don't have much place to like store things. And yeah, but definitely, if you're rocking a family, then yeah, stocking up in bulk is the move. I mean, that's what we do here as well, or at least that's what I try to do. Is just like buy things in bulk as much as possible. Because you will end up saving at least a little bit of cash by doing that. All right, 623,000 gold. So we're definitely smashing our 40 million target. I think actually let's log on to the other banker tune first, and then we'll come back to this chick and hit our record high, and then we'll spend a bunch of it on crafting materials to make more gold back. All right, we'll do the mailbox openings, and we'll take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and get into the actual crafting, because Lord knows we've got a lot of crafting ahead of us. You live in a town of less than 1,000 people. Okay, so although I don't see, that's the thing, man. I feel like so many things have changed economically, where like previously that may have meant that you got better prices on things, right? But now I don't know if that would still hold true, because I feel like so many small towns now, you used to probably have a lot of smaller shops and things like that, whereas now, again, it's also hard to gauge, like being outside of the States, right? Because you watched Last Week Tonight, or like I do still consume a lot of American media, and so I do still vaguely get updates on different things, right? Mainly through comedy shows that happen to touch on politics. Or like economic situations, I should say, more than politics, realistically speaking. Because that's a can of worms I do not want to open. Yeah, I remember seeing something about how in a lot of small towns now, like the like dollar stores, like Dollar General and stuff, have meant that a lot of the other stores have have closed up. And so in some smaller towns, it's even harder now than it used to be before, because either you don't quite have a Walmart, but you also don't have anywhere else that's selling fresh goods. You just have like dollar stores in a lot of places, which is also does not sound great, right? My hope would be that Amazon still makes it easy enough to avoid living in a food desert, but I guess that isn't always the case, right? Because where I live, Amazon does do like Amazon Fresh. Like you can get fresh groceries off of Amazon, but I'm guessing if you're living in a food desert, Amazon probably also doesn't sell fresh goods there, right? Exactly, the food deserts. Pretty close to 100k gold on one tune. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. All of your investments into crafts. Yeah, I think we're definitely getting to the point at which like it's becoming harder and harder to justify some investments. I mean, I'm still doing it because I have fun. I mean, like the main way I spend gold is by investing into things that I expect will make me more gold. So I'm continuing to invest, but I think if you're purely in it for gold making and you have a little bit less capital, I think we're starting to get to that point where you gotta, any investments you're making, or you're probably only going to pay off after the next patch. Housing is cheaper. That's a big thing. Oh, for sure, dude. We cut our rent in half moving out here. Oh yeah, that's the. Yeah, rent is. I feel like rent is crazy everywhere these days, man. Like even living where I do, yeah, rent is just skyrocketed like crazy. But that's also because geopolitics have meant that a lot more people have moved to where I live, and so as a result of that, and then, as with everywhere, property speculation has just driven prices to ridiculous amounts. You know what I mean? And the thing is, initially I thought, okay, maybe this is just a temporary spike, but I think this is just the new normal. At least where I live. Like I think the crazy valuations and the crazy rents, I think are probably here to stay. And it kind of makes sense. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I live in the greatest place on earth. If anything, I would say the thing is that COVID pointed out, like, made it apparent just to a lot more people that living here is amazing. And so a lot more people moved out here. Walmart is about 20 minutes away, so that's not that bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. I feel like see, here's the thing. 20 minutes driving in the States is close by, right? Like that's not considered a huge distance. A 20-minute drive in like Europe is decently far away for things. But that's also because you most likely don't have, like, a lot of people don't have cars, right? You'd most likely have to take a train or like a tram or whatever. Yeah. But like in the States, everyone has a car, right? Like, you need a car to get around by and large, unless you live in very specific cities and live in very specific parts of very specific cities. You know what I mean? Whereas like here as well, I mean, 20 minutes to get to a grocery store would be pretty far, I feel like. But that's also because we're spoiled by the delivery apps. Where literally, I have a delivery app where for less than $10 minimum spend, they'll deliver anything in under 15 minutes. And I've timed it as quick as like under 7 minutes. Like, it literally took them 7 minutes between when I hit checkout and when the guy was knocking on my door with the stuff, which is kind of wild. But again, that's also us just living in a bubble. Because I know when family members from, or like people I know who live in the States are visiting, and we order something through that app, they're like, how are you doing this without having to spend a fortune on delivery fees? Which is, yeah, I mean, we're lucky in that the company that offers that has enough investor money, I guess, that they can subsidize it for us. You have to have a Whole Foods nearby for Amazon Fresh. Oh, fair enough. Although Whole Foods in and of itself is its own whole thing, dude. The prices there are so goofy. And that was before all the crazy inflation. So now I'm sure it's only gotten wackier. So no, where I live, we don't have a Whole Foods, but they've partnered up with another local grocery chain to offer it. The thing is that you still need to, like, they're still kind of weird in how they do it. Weird by the standards of the market here, where they require, like, to order Amazon Fresh, you need to, the quickest they can deliver is 2 hours later, but even then it's tied to like a delivery slot. So if I order something from Amazon Fresh, I need to pick a delivery slot that will be at least 2 hours away. And in most cases, they're booked up for the same day. So most likely I'll get it tomorrow or maybe even the day after, which in comparison to the competition that they have here, where competition can deliver it in 15 minutes or at most like an hour, it's not super competitive. And so I hardly ever use Amazon Fresh. You're not focusing on gold really either. You're doing endgame content mostly. Yeah, whatever, dude, whatever you're having fun with. And the cool thing about this expansion is that you can do that and still make a good amount of gold. Yeah, because especially if you're doing PvP stuff. I was watching a video earlier on, and you can make a good bit of gold with PvP just by buying the recipes or by buying the PvP gems, which are also selling for a pretty penny. But okay, so this is this is my banker who sells the profession equipment and everything on Illidan, right? So about 45,000 gold, not too bad, right? Considering I haven't done any cancel scanning and I'm not really being on top of posting and canceling and all that stuff. So, yeah. Oh yeah, 20 minutes in Texas is super close. But okay, 45,000 gold on this guy, so that gets us to 39.646. So let's head over to my main banker, hit 40 million gold, and then we'll take a quick little break. All right, here we go. It's finally mailbox opening time. This is going to be our biggest mailbox opening yet, simply because of the fact that we're going to be hitting 40 million gold. Boom. All right, let me jot down a timestamp just so that I can clip this at some point. Sorry, folks. What's the date here? 14th. All right, so we are sitting at 39.646 million gold. We have 623,000 gold in our mailbox, which means we are going to be hitting 40 million gold today. Heck yes. So, I mean, as you guys can see, it's missives, right? It's fewer enchants than usual, just because there hasn't been as much profit in as many of the enchants. And then also some armor kits, which have been doing decently well for me, and some embellishments. Boom! 40,269,000 gold. We did it, gang, gang. That means that we've made more than 10 million gold so far in the War Within. And this is also the most gold we've ever had. So, yep. If you want to see how, come join the stream. Sorry, I'm just going to throw that in there because I'm probably going to clip that for YouTube and for TikTok and the other social media platforms. Hey, Lil J, welcome to the stream. Big rats on 40 million. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And this is 40 million gold, playing as chill as I have been, right? Not min-maxing on too much of it, not spending stupid amounts of hours playing the game or like grinding things or doing any of the shuffles, like disenchanting things or, the Artisan's Acuity shuffle or anything like that, right? This is purely been crafting things and not even relying on concentration much, right? I made a little bit of gold with concentration, but definitely under 1 million gold. I mean, maybe a couple, let's say maybe 100,000 gold of which came from concentration, right? The rest of it is all being just bulk crafting things. And yeah, I've shared all my builds for everything on stream. So yeah, if you guys have any questions about any specific professions though and how I've made gold with them, it's a little bit of everything, to be honest. I would say every profession except for alchemy. Alchemy is probably the only profession that hasn't really made me much in the way of gold. But as you guys can see, right, if we look at the past 1 month alone, right, we started at about 31 million gold. We started the expansion, if we expand to 3 months here, we started the expansion with 29 million gold. So overall, we've made about 11 or 12 million gold. Now, a big part of that, I think it is worth mentioning that I am also still holding on to a lot of inventory, right, across a bunch of different items. We have a bunch of things that there is also a lot of inventory. So a lot of my previous profits are also tied up in actual crafted goods that I'm just waiting for the prices on some of these things to recover for me to actually post them. I think some of these, like these contracts, I think maybe on Tuesday we'll see a little bit of a bump, but I don't really expect that we'll see, these ever go back to prices that are going to make them profitable based off of what I had paid to craft them at. So I think I will need to just eat the loss at some point, and probably sooner rather than later, because the prices for these contracts are just going to keep falling, right? Beyond that, what else? Are we holding on to anything else worth significant amounts of gold? I think I'm still holding on to stupid amounts of storm dust at various qualities, mainly because I buy these to craft and then I proc so many resourcefulness. I get so many resourcefulness procs on my enchants that I then forget to use the actual mats, and I end up just holding on to rank 3 versions of a lot of different mats instead of selling them, which means that then I end up unintentionally eating a loss on them, which is not great. But okay, we hit 40 million gold. Let's throw a quick /reload just so that TradeSkill Master hopefully caches all of that. And we're going to take a quick little break now, and we'll come back and then get back to crafting. Because, yeah, the first thing we do after hitting 40 million gold is make more gold. All right, so let's take a quick little break, and I'll see you guys back in a few. And if you guys are enjoying the content, or you want to celebrate me hitting 40 million gold, please consider subbing. If you sub on Twitch, it really helps me out. You don't need to spend any money. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you get Twitch Prime, which basically gives you 1 free sub per month, and I would really, really appreciate it if you can drop it onto my account here, because not only will it help me out, but hopefully it can also get me to replace my headset. We've got a little goal that we're trying to crowdfund here. My headset is super jank, right? The microphone is completely broken off. So yeah, we're trying to see if we can get myself a new headset. But anyway, if you're enjoying the content, please consider following, subscribing, right, liking if you're watching on YouTube, doing all of the things. It really helps your boy out. All right, quick little break, and then we'll come back and get back to gold making. See you guys in a few. All right, gang, and we are back. How's everybody doing? So we hit 40 million gold at long last. Yeah, we thought we'd hit it sometime last week. That didn't end up happening. But hey, we hit it today, so that's what matters, right? We got there eventually. All right. So we're sitting at 40 million gold, which is yeah, a nice little milestone for us. I was saying that I should probably treat myself to something for hitting 40 million gold. The thing is, I don't really have... the main thing that I want to buy in this game is the Longboy mount, and I don't see myself having the patience to like log on and have everything set up, although maybe that's what I should do. Maybe that's how I should treat myself. Woolly White Rhino. Now, the question becomes... do I bid on this and this becomes my reward for hitting 40 million gold? The Woolly White Rhino? Although, to be fair, it's selling for like 1.9 million gold. Was this one of the mounts that they gave away at any point through any of the promotions? Was it a Twitch drop or any of those things? Or is it on? Is it slated to maybe be on the trading post at some point? Because low-key, I feel like with most of the TCG mounts, that is now the new risk, right? That we spend a bunch of gold on it, and they end up just giving it to us through either the trading post or that it pops up on one of the Twitch drops, right? Or the I don't know, the like Prime Gaming giveaways, if they're still doing those, because every time I checked it now, it seems like they're just giving away games there, which is still great, by the way. Thank you, Amazon. I will happily take the free games, but I don't know if they still do like in-game item giveaways. What do y'all think? Should we bid on the Woolly White Rhino? Is it a cool enough mount to justify as being our reward for hitting 40 million gold? I mean, these days we're doing gummy pet giveaways, right? We did one last week. We're going to do another one on this Friday's stream. But at some point, I have toyed around with the idea of giving away like 1 million gold on stream. What do y'all think? Would that be something you guys would be interested in? If we did like 1 million gold giveaway? Because like I've said before, I mean, I have more gold than I know what to do with, in all honesty. Which is not a complaint, right? Not saying that I want to lose the gold, but yeah, I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Like at this stage, I'm definitely at the point where I'd much rather help my viewers get more gold than make more gold myself or have more gold myself, in all honesty. And so I was thinking that at some point, you know what? Maybe we'll do that for like hitting a sub goal or like a follower goal or something like that. Do a bid, but only if you like the mount yourself. I mean, it's a nice enough mount, right? It's a pretty sick looking mount. Don't get me wrong. As far as TCG mounts go, it's pretty unique. I feel like there are multiple rhinos though now. Didn't they add like another rhino? Let's see here. Let's go to family. Rhino. I'm guessing it's in one of these families, right? What would it be under? Ungulates? Yeah, ungulates, rhinos. Is there another rhino mount? Why is it... oh, jeez. Oh, this is the only rhino mount. Ooh, okay. That makes it more interesting. At the same point, I feel like Blizzard's also taken away my incentive to collect more mounts at this stage. Simply because of the fact that there's no achievement for collecting 600 mounts. We got the 500 mount achievement during Dragonflight, right? And that was the achievement that came out with Dragonflight for collecting 500 mounts, right? And then we kind of got shot in the foot because not only did Blizzard screw us over, they screwed over mount collectors in two very important ways. First of all, I thought for sure that in the War Within we'd get achievements for collecting 550 mounts and for collecting 600 mounts. Neither of those achievements were added in, right? So I in preparation, in the final season of Dragonflight, I did actually collect 600 mounts, right? So we smashed that number as well, and so I was ready that hopefully with the War Within going live, I would unlock both of those achievements right off the jump, right? And then I would whine about not having a 700 mount achievement, right? But not only did Blizzard not add either of those things, which kind of sucks. I'm hoping that they'll add in another patch, right? I don't know why. I feel like they could have probably picked a mount model and just recolored something like they've done with every other mount collection achievement, right? But then they also screwed us over by making the Otterworldly Auto Carrier one of the few mounts that does not have skywriting enabled. So that's this mount here, and you get this mount for collecting 500 mounts, right? I've ranted about this multiple times, but I won't stop ranting about it until Blizzard does something about this, right? This mount, sick looking mount, right? Super cool looking mount, right? Really happy to get it, right? It's got the little blue thing, so you would imagine that it's super easy that you can fly with it, right? And you can fly with this mount, but you can only steady fly with it. And now here's the thing, right? Maybe what's going on is they don't have the animations done to have Autok mount skyride because this is the only Autok mount that can fly, right? Here's the thing. You would literally need to manually swap to like slow flight in order to be able to use this mount as a flying mount. At the bare minimum, what Blizzard could have done was that if you have skywriting enabled, right, you skyride on every other mount, and then when you hop on this mount, maybe they have a little like a little pop-up, right, a little thing that warns you that, look, this mount, we don't have the animations yet, but since you went through the effort of collecting 500 mounts, this mount will still be steady flight only, but you at least won't have to swap between the two different flight styles. But they didn't do that. Instead, if you use this mount, it's just a ground mount, which is such a slap in the face of mount collectors that even by Blizzard standards, it seems a bit egregious, right? Is it just me? How do you guys feel about this? Am I making sense here? Am I talking nonsense? Are the Tauren mounts not rhinos? No, yeah, the Tauren mounts are Kodos. Although that's what I'm kind of getting at, right? There's the rhino uses the exact same model as this. It's just they've called it something different. I mean, it is, for all intents and purposes, these may as well be rhinos, right? Like, I don't think at a glance, any of these Kodo mounts would look like a rhino mount, right? I mean, the vicious one looks kind of sick. That's pretty dope. All these other mounts, look exactly like a rhino as far as I'm concerned. The Great White Kodo looks exactly, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the other thing about the TCG mounts is like they're also such old mounts that they just don't look that great, right? They're super low polygon, they're super low res. And so is there ever going to be a situation where first of all, the rare occasions on which I'm using a ground mount, which, I mean, there's not really a lot of times for that. And realistically, if I'm going to try and impress someone with a cool looking ground mount, I'm probably going to whip out my Spectral Tiger, right? Because this is still my favorite mount in the entire game. After the Longboy, maybe? I don't know. I don't have a Longboy, so I can't really comment on it. In terms of sheer cool looks, I think this is still the coolest looking mount. And so if I'm ever in a situation where I'm using a ground mount, probably going to go with the Spectral Tiger, which is why the Rhino mount seems kind of pointless. I did put up a bid the other day on one of the raid mounts, right? Like the 1% raid mounts. And I figured I wouldn't win it because these characters are level 80 on Illidan, and there was like 12 hours left in the auction. And so I was like, there's no shot unless I'm online for like the last 2 hours of any of the black market auction house auctions. I'm probably not going to win it. It's Illidan. There's too many players on the server. Someone else is going to snipe it from me. And sure enough, that's what happened. And then I also wasn't too upset because I'd bid like 2 million gold on it, and it would have taken me a lot longer to hit 40 million gold than not a lot longer, but a little bit longer. So I was on the whole kind of okay about it, about missing out on that. It should be able to fly Hope they're working on it. I mean, yeah, I hope so. But I also, I mean, see, considering how many things Blizzard hasn't fixed so far, I don't know if it's high on their list of priorities, especially because of the fact that it's kind of not a problem that a lot of people are going to be impacted by, right? Yeah, there's not too many people out there who have the 500 mount achievement. At least I don't think so. The annoying thing is that it's a slap in the face because it's literally an achievement specifically for people who care the most about their mounts, about collecting mounts and using cool looking mounts. So it seems doubly insulting that that's the only achievement mount that isn't working. But yeah. The only time I use a ground mount is when I use the Traveler's Mammoth for the vendor. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's more or less the same for me as well. The rare occasion is also if I'm in Orgrimmar and just doing auction house stuff, then I'll sometimes hop onto the Spectral Tiger just because I don't want to deal with skywriting between 3 vendors that are like a couple yards apart, right? And then the Spectral Tiger looks pretty cool. I'll sometimes do other mounts that look kind of cool on the ground as well. But that's basically it. Right? And I don't really raid or anything like that, so it's not like I have a bunch of time where I'm hanging around in an area that I can't use a flying mount, or that it would be like advantageous for me to use a ground mount on. So yeah, ground mount's kind of pointless to me at this stage. At the very least, what they could do, and I've seen people suggest this for other mounts, right? Is that what do you call it? What they should do is just pop a little cloud below whatever ground mount and then allow it to skyride using that, right? And just use some animations that sort of make sense on top of a cloud, right? It's no less immersive than a lot of the other flying mounts I have anyway, which I think is fair, right? Because if you're going to have mounts like, there are a couple of mounts that it look like they shouldn't be able to skyride, and they've kind of just gotten around it by... But they've kind of just gotten around it by throwing little clouds below them, right? What's a good example of that? Yeah, the Dauntless Dusk Runner, there's no reason that this should be able to skyride particularly, right? What's another one that has that like little cloud below it? There's a couple of those mounts where they're clearly ground mounts that they just stuck a little cloud underneath and enabled skywriting on. This one, the Gleaming Moon Beast, right? If this wasn't a store mount, there's no reason why this should be able to skyride. But hey, you paid Blizzard some money, and so all of a sudden that can skyride. If that can skyride, why can't my Autuk? Because my Autuk can actually regular fly. So I mean, it has the flying animations. It's literally just they didn't flick the switches, is what it seems like to me at least. Right? There's a lot of other mounts that on paper shouldn't be able to fly, but are able to skyride just fine. So yeah, it frustrates me to no end that the one mount that like mount collectors probably care the most about, or at least that you would imagine everyone who cares about mounts has, right, or is working towards, is just not able to actually skyride, which seems like a huge FU to mount collectors. Okay, why is this not being triggered by arachnophobia mode? All right, what are we doing? I use my two-seater rocket mostly. Yeah, that's a good call. On most of my alts, I have a filter, and so I just use mounts that have multi-person flying enabled on them. So that's either the dragon riding mounts or the rocket, the obsidian nightwing, right? I think there's there's a handful of passenger mounts, and usually I'll use those on any of my alts. Make an engineering thing to attach the mount and some enchanted saddles or horseshoes. I mean, yeah, they could. I mean, that's what they have the like mount equipment slot for on paper. But either way, I feel like that is like, it's just, they don't need to do that because it's so janky right now. It's so arbitrary that I don't want to give Blizzard ideas to make things more difficult for us. It should just be dynamic to begin with. Make it player driven. I think that would be cooler. I mean, maybe. But honestly, they already have, they already have the mount equipment. Does anyone use mount equipment? Does anyone swap out their mount equipment on a regular basis? I don't think so, right? I mean, on my main account, I primarily have, I think I just have the, Angler's Water Strider equipment, which allows you to basically mount on top of, you get water walking on your mount. And even that, I had swapped to the one that gives you, there is, mount equipment that's supposed to give you Let's see, what are the other options on the auction house? I have tried this at some point, not this one, this one. That gives you 20% ground speed, and it doesn't work for a lot of cases. Because of the fact that what do you call it? You're kind of capped on how much mount speed plus mount speed you get. And so I think if you're in a guild, you still get like a 10% buff, right? Perks, yeah, you get the 10% buff from your guild, and then most of the characters that I play have some bonus mount speed from their like talent trees or whatever, right? And so having that equipment in that slot never really did anything. So I mean, yeah, for all intents and purposes, the mount equipment slot is completely pointless. I had no idea that there was mount equipment. Exactly. I mean, it's again, it's another one of those features that Blizzard added in. I think they thought they would do something cool with it, but they just forgot about it and haven't really done anything about it in like 3 expansions. Like, I think they added it back in like Shadowlands or something like that. I don't even know when. Maybe as far back as Legion, to be honest, because I remember most of the crafted equipment, like most of the stuff that you could craft did use, Gloom Dust. So maybe BFA? I think this is BFA stuff. Yes, I think they added it in BFA. Manel Harden, Embroidered Deep Sea Satin. These are all BFA reagents. They added it back in BFA and then forgot about it. Is what it feels like. The amalgam of rage just spouts fire wings. Exactly, man. That's what I'm saying. They figured out little excuses to why all of these other mounts can fly, but they just kind of trying to think of a word that I can use here that won't sound too terrible. Yeah, they basically just screwed over us mount collectors by shooting us in the foot when it comes to the actual mount that you get as a reward for collecting more mounts, for actually caring about mounts. You kind of just get screwed. Sorry, 1 second here. But okay, let's see. Since we opened up our mailboxes, it looks like everything that was profitable in jewel crafting became unprofitable for some reason. So there's that. Although hitting scan recipes again, now things are profitable. So I don't. Anyway, we're not gonna bother doing any of that. Let's see, enchanting. Are these enchants still the ones that we want to craft? When we gotta go check our patron orders again because we just passed server reset. Our daily reset. I think the 2 enchants we queued up are probably still worth doing. Because there's like what is it, like 50,000 gold profit? Jeez, there was 100,000 gold before. Radiant Haste is still on there. Chant of Burrowing Rapidity, probably worth it. It's like 1,000 gold per craft. All right, I'll do that. Although that's also because the prices for this have spiked a little bit. We can probably tease a little bit more profit out of this. I don't know. Should we bother? Jeez. Things are looking bleak, folks. Why is Radiant Mastery not showing up? Oh, it is here. Okay, never mind. It's right here. Chance of Burning Rapidity. Screw it. Let's do it. Do we have any in our inventory? I think that's probably also worth checking as well. All right, we wanted to optimize our finishing reagents, so we want to use the tempered framework, but I think we'll also save a bit of gold by using the stack of pentagold reviews. So let's add that in. 16% I'm not super stoked by, but 1,500 gold per craft, I mean, isn't terrible. In all honesty, I'm probably better off not crafting any enchants and just using that capital, like investing it into something like armor kits or spell threads or something else that has a bit more profit margin. But I still see myself as someone who makes gold with enchanting, and so I'm gonna do the thing, even though it's probably not optimal. It's probably not the most efficient allocation of capital. All right, let's see here. Queue patron orders. Dude, we have a minute on this left. Can I snag it? Can I snag it rather real quick? All right. Hopefully it lets us go through. Because it reset. It was supposed to have reset 5 minutes ago. But for whatever reason, that patron crafting order is still showing up. So if it allows us to complete it, then we may as well get it done. Because it is profitable and will give us some more artisan's acuity. And I am trying to get as much artisan's acuity as possible, as always. Oh, boom. We properly sourced one this. Not only on the mat that we spent, but also in 26 rank 2 Storm Dust. Heck yeah. Okay, that was. I'm glad we checked this real quick. That was good. Let's see here. 236 for 30 artisan security. All right, yeah, we're doing that for sure. All right, let's check our jewel crafting patron orders real quick. Is there anything decent here? Oh, 9 patron orders. Watch them all be super expensive and not worth it. Queue patron orders. 1,400 gold. Yeah, we're not spending 1,400 gold for 1 knowledge point. I mean, if I was going to spend on anyone, it would be on this tune because this dude's literally my main. And so if I was going to overvalue knowledge points, it would be for this guy. Not because I think he's going to make it back, but just because it's my main. And so I'm naturally willing to spend more gold. All right, we can cancel this one because I don't care about that reward. Boom. Okay. So we can go craft all this. Lil J, can we see your profession window where you look at craft/profit? I have alts, but I only do concentration builds. I don't have the overview about what to make without concentrate. Yeah, sure. So do you want to see the build or do you want to see how I'm figuring out what to craft and what not to craft? I mean, I can show you both. So basically what I use to figure out what I should and shouldn't craft in bulk, right? Concentration crafts, also I would do a variation of this. But what I use to figure out what to craft in bulk is basically Craft Sim's recipe scan window. Now, I haven't done a full-length guide to Craft Sim yet, just because, honestly, because I've been lazy and I haven't been editing. But more than that, also, I mean, the little cop-out answer that I'll give you is because of the fact that Genju keeps updating Craft Sim with more and more features, and so every time I think I'm gonna record a video and put it out, he adds a bunch of new cool features, which makes me give my which allows me to come up with the excuse that, oh, let me just wait to see what else he adds this week and then I'll record it. Anyway, long story short, for figuring out what items to Craft Sim's recipe scan is the GOAT, right? In terms of settings, I'll usually set this to optimize reagents, and I'll sort by relative profit in most cases. Enchanting is the rare exception just because at this point, most of the things that have a high percentage profit margin don't have much actual gold in them. So for instance, this is probably the most profitable item I could craft percentage-wise, right? Whisper of Silk and Speed, which is a 48% profit margin. Sounds great. Here's the thing, it's only 160 gold profit per item. And so I would have to sell like 1,000 of these to make any meaningful amount of gold. Oh, I didn't even realize I got logged off on this account. All right, let's log back in. Oh, shite. Sorry, I didn't update the screen. Give me 1 second. All right, and I gotta go mess with my AC as well real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me know, by the way. I didn't realize I was sharing the wrong screen. But okay, so what I was saying was Craft Sim is generally what I use. And generally by and large, I'll use the recipe scan feature here. In terms of scan options, I'll set this to optimize reagents. Relative profit is usually what I'll take a look at. Oh, sorry, give me 1 second. I think I need to do something in real life real quick. Let's take a quick little break and then we'll come back and I'll cover both of these things. Both the how I figure out what to craft as well as the builds that I'm running for enchanting and for jewel crafting. Yeah, we'll take a look at all that once we're back. And if you're enjoying the stream, please consider dropping a follow, a sub, right? Liking it if you're watching on YouTube. Do all the things. You guys know what they are, right? See you guys in a few. All right, gang, we are back and we're unmuted now. So, what's up? How's everybody doing? So, we were looking at, well, first of all, we already hit 40 million gold. So, moving along though, we are looking at doing all of our crafts, right, on my Enchanter Jewel Crafter to begin with, which is my main. Right, we queued up our patron orders. We're going to try and get those done. And now we're trying to bulk craft things, right, to make more gold, right? 40.2 million gold is sweet, but what's sweeter is 50 million gold. So right back into it. But Little J on Twitch chat, you were asking for how I figure out what I want to craft. And so basically Craft Sim, the window that you need to worry about here is the recipe scan window. And so basically the settings that I use is optimize reagents, generally relative profit, but you could also use actual profit, which for something like enchanting, where percentage margins matter less at this stage than the actual raw gold margins that you're going to make. I would check that on. Soulbound, probably don't need that on. You can include not learned if you don't have a bunch of recipes, right? And you want to figure out what recipes maybe you could pick up off the auction house or spend your artisan's acuity on or whatever else. Usually if I'm not really min-max on a profession, I will check this on. And you usually will want to include gear because I still maintain that gear is still a great way of making gold. That said, this character in specific, I know that he has all the enchants already learned for everything that he's spec'd into. And I don't use them to craft any of the gear for enchanting, at least. I do craft some jewelry, but I'm not really going to do that right now because today I'm just focused on crafting like region-wide auction house stuff. All right, you'll want to optimize profession tools. You can optimize sub recipes if you either A, don't have a lot of alts, or B, just have a monstrous amount of RAM. Now, I have 36 gigs of RAM, but I'm also doing a bunch of things on my computer right now. And so I'm not going to check that on because I also have a lot of alts. And so it really slows things down and sometimes causes the game to crash, which we don't want to happen live on stream. Now, the next one is this optimized reagents, top profit, max quality. And that I would say you by and large want to have checked. All right. We'll rerun the scan with that checked because in a lot of cases at this point of the expansion, you may make more gold crafting rank 2 versions of items than the rank 3s because everyone is trying to optimize the rank 3 versions of things, right? Not as many people are focused on the rank 2s, which means that there's a lot more gold to be made there. The other nice thing is that in a lot of cases, you'll see that the rank 2s actually have a higher sale rate than the rank 3s anyway. So not only will you make more profit on those items, but you'll also sell more of them, which means you'll overall make more gold. Right? Optimized concentration value depends on whether or not you're trying to figure out what to craft with concentration or if you're just doing non-concentration crafts the way that I generally tend to do. We are going to do some concentration crafts today just because I've been sitting on too much concentration for too long now, and also because I watched some of the other streamers mention that they were making ridiculous amounts of gold with concentration, and so that kind of tempted me a bit as well. And then optimized finishing reagents, I would leave that checked on as well because you probably are going to make a lot more gold by min-maxing all that stuff. And so yeah, as we can see here, there's actually a good amount of rank 2 enchants that we can craft at pretty decent profits, right? The Cavalry's March enchant, right? The rank 2s. I mean, okay. Also because of the fact that the pricing on this is kind of jacked up, right? No one's paying 6,000 gold for the rank 2 if the rank 3 costs 6,200. And so this is sort of a bit of a false economy. Let's do a little price override here just to see what we actually think we could sell this for, right? And I think realistically, probably a fair guesstimate is going to be around 3,800 gold is what I would feel comfortable saying we could actually sell this at. And at 3,800 gold, we're still making some pretty good margins. So yeah, we do want to craft these. Let's go ahead and queue up. What did we say? Advanced optimization. All right, we don't use any finishing reagent. So we'll queue up 20 of these as well. Where are we? Where to go? Cavalry's March right here. We'll do 20 of these as well. Why not? 72% profit margin sounds sweet as all heck. What else? Let's see here. I'm a little bit more careful with the rank 2 enchants just because of the fact that the rank 3 enchants can kind of sell for whatever, right? Whatever the price is, people are going to pay that much. The rank 2s, you need to kind of pay attention to how much the rank 3s are selling for. Because, I mean, here's another example. This is exactly what I was just talking about, right? The rank 2s have a region average daily sale rate or region average daily sold of 86 versus the rank 3s only about 10.9, right? And so this is what I mean, right? Like there's, you're going to make a lot more gold selling rank 2s of these, not only in terms of actual profit, but also in terms of volume, right? You'll be able to sell a lot more of the rank 2s than you will the rank 3s. So overall, it's just a better item to sell. Now, I do want to manually price override on this as well to see if we can make profits once the price on these correct. And it looks like we can, right? At 2,200 gold, we're still making about 350 gold profit, which is not too bad. Let's go ahead and queue that up as well. And we'll do another 20 of these as well. The 20 amount is completely arbitrary. I cannot emphasize that enough. Yeah, there's no magic, there's no logic to why I'm crafting 20 of each of these items, right? If you want, you can do, I mean, yeah, it's really up to you. But what I will sometimes do is I'll craft whatever the region average daily sold is, I'll craft that many of these, right? And try and sell them for enchants. The auction house is a little bit more competitive. It requires a little bit more cancel scanning and reposting, which if anything is probably all the more reason to craft these in larger volumes. But I'm lazy and I don't feel like betting on being able to sell 200 of these before the prices change. And so that's why I'll just do 20 of them, take a little bit of profit and sort of make my peace with it. You'll see when we move to armor kits and to spell threads and to markets that I think are a little bit less competitive, I'll craft in a lot more bulk. And that's where you really make big gold, right? I mean, the way you make big gold is the same way you make small gold, just a lot more. So, I mean, someone who's making, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, like 5,000 gold a day is fundamentally doing the same things as someone like me who's making a couple 100,000 gold a day. The only thing is I'm doing it in much larger volumes and much more frequently. And yeah, that's it. Find something that makes you a little bit of gold and do that a whole bunch is the best way to make a whole bunch of gold. But okay, let's see what happens if we drop the price on this. So even once the price resets on this, we're still making decent enough margins that I'm comfortable crafting this in as much bulk as we need to, right? But yeah, so that's basically how I identify this. That's basically how I've been going about doing my crafting. Does that help a little, Jay? Let me know in chat if that was clear enough, if you'd like me to give more details on any part of that, or do like a worked example for any other profession, because we're looking at enchanting now. We'll look at both of my main enchanters, and basically follow the exact same process. Then we'll do the same thing for jewel crafting, for tailoring on that other chick who does spell threads. Crack open a little iced tea here. I need to watch it all back in the log. Fair enough. But yeah, give it a shot. Let me know how it's working for you. But basically, that's very simply how I figure out what I'm crafting and how many of what I'm crafting as well, to a certain degree. I think we touched on that at least. Should we do the Chant of Armored Avoidance as well? 533 gold. Yeah, I think we'll do some of these. I mean, realistically, if I wanted to time the market more, what I would say is today's a great day. Like Mondays are a great day to craft a whole bunch of everything, because prices for most things will spike on Tuesday. Now, it's not a spark week and it's not a catalyst charge week. So it's not going to be as good of a week for sales, because there's not going to be as much gear that people are getting. People are getting vault gear for sure, right? But it's not going to be as crazy as we would have expected last week or next week to be, which is the excuse I'm going to use to not craft huge amounts. But I mean, one thing to note here, right, is we're doing all of this crafting, but you'll see that you do actually end up needing quite a bit of capital to do big craft hauls like this, right? I'm only crafting 20 of each of these, and we're still at the point where I'm going to basically have to put 700,000 gold up front to craft all of these to maybe make 30%, 210,000 gold profit, right? And realistically, this number is actually going to be smaller because I removed the price overrides, and we already saw that the prices on some of these were a little elevated above what they would usually sell for. So yeah, this is why I've not been recommending enchanting to a lot of people. Right, I think if you have a bunch of capital and you're willing to take the risk, then enchanting can make you a decent bit of gold. But otherwise, this is probably going to be the worst ratio that we see for any of these professions. And that's just because enchanting is literally that competitive, you know. And yeah, and so like I've said before, and like I'll continue to maintain, enchanting is not great if you don't have a bunch of capital and you're not willing to take on a bunch of risk. For most players, I think my still top recommendation, my favorite profession in this expansion, is by a long shot tailoring, and it's not close. It is not close. Yeah, I think enchanting is very specialist. You got to really be comfortable risking a lot of gold in order to make money with it. Whereas something like tailoring, I mean, so this chick has made a lot of gold with enchanting this expansion, and right now there's literally not a single thing that I need to craft, because even this is the only thing that actually has a profit to it, and you'll see that we already have these on hand. Like, we weren't even able to sell all of the ones that we crafted last time. What do I do with tailoring? Well, a couple of different things. Give me 1 second. Let's buy our enchanting mats real quick. I kind of have to close my eyes when I'm buying enchanting materials, because I'll just spend 70,000 gold like that without even thinking about it. All right, so this is one of the bugs to be wary of with CraftSim, is for finishing reagents, it doesn't calculate the amounts that you need correctly. So you'll see it's telling me that I need to buy 8,000 of these. That is wrong. That is very wrong. All right, the same thing with the tempered framework. It messes up something in the crafting calculations. Oh, dude, 331,000 gold for rank 3 dust. Oh, that's so much. That's so much freaking rank 3 dust. So let's transfer some more gold over from this tune. This is what I'm saying. Enchanting is brutal, dude. We just hit 40 million gold. I'm still bristling at how much gold it's going to cost to do a full enchanting crafting run. What do I do with tailoring? So a couple of different things. Let's trade over this gold, and then let's close our eyes and actually buy all of these freaking enchanting mats. Dude, that's so much freaking gold. I'm so not excited for this. All right, that's how we're gonna make more gold. All right, so. But with tailoring, I mean, so far what's made me a lot of gold, first and foremost, I mean, the biggest thing I would advise everyone to get in, if you're not already in that market, is just the crafted green profession equipment. All right, it's so easy to get into that market. The crafting cost on those is so low. The risk level is so low. You can sell it on all these different servers, right? There's just so much potential in that still. Because people are still leveling up alt armies, right? People are still slapping professions on their alt armies. I haven't done professions on most of my alts. Now, I also, one of the reasons that I set up so many profession alts, one of the main reasons I started off with getting crafters who specialize in profession equipment is so that I could deck out my own alt army. But a lot of people haven't done that, right? And they're willing to spend whatever it costs to get their alt army set up. And like I've said before, you know, people are willing to spend gold on profession equipment, on profession tool enchants and things like that, because they view it as an investment. When it comes to actual like combat gear, it's just a gold sink. Whereas with profession stuff, it's always an investment. And so cognitively, people are willing to spend a lot more on those items, right? Yeah, so I would say first and foremost, go profession equipment. That's the build. That's what you want to do. All right. The nice thing about that profession equipment build, and I've shared this on stream before, but I'll quickly give a brief recap. What you want to do is you want to put 5 points into Threads of Devotion. You'll unlock Weathering Wear, and then you'll unlock hats and max this out, and then you will work your way back. All right. You'll max out hats. I would actually then max out Threads of Devotion so that you can unlock robes, right? And you'll do the same thing. You'll follow this path down. You'll max out robes, and then you'll be able to craft all of the profession equipment at max quality with pretty cheap mats, right? I would then go back and finish out these 2 trees, which will allow you to do 2 more things. The thing I love about this build is that not only can you then craft all of this green profession equipment for super cheap and sell it at super high, for a lot. The Alchemist robe is a particular favorite of mine. On Illidan, the profit margins don't look that great. But again, you're more than doubling your gold even on a server like Illidan, right? You'll craft these for 215 gold, actually slightly more because of the fact that you'll be spec'd into it. So you'll actually be crafting these for like 200 gold, and you'll sell these for 530 gold on Illidan. On all of those other servers that, as you guys saw earlier in the stream, these are selling for thousands of gold each, and a bunch of people are leveling alchemy alts. So the alchemy ones sell particularly well. The enchanter's hat sells particularly well as well. The tailor's coats as well, right? These are all professions that a lot of people are slapping on their alt armies, and so they will sell really well. The other nice thing about maxing out those trees is that you can then also craft the crafted PvP helms, which again, huge margins on, right? Big margins. And the crafted PvP tunic, right? Again, big gold there. The other thing that you could do is you could craft the blue leveling gear. And again, the robe requires level 71. So this is leveling gear. Most people who are leveling up an alt will probably be willing to pay, 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold, 3,000 gold to make leveling their alts that much easier. And they'll get a 528 piece of gear, which is better than 90% of Dragonflight players would have in that slot, right? And you'll be able to do not only the robe, but also the hood. And the hood is it does require level 80, but again, 558 at level 80 is not too bad. And you'll see the region average daily sold on these is 3, which is not that bad. They do move, all right? And then if you really wanted to, you will also be able to do the blue profession equipment, right? And this stuff does sell. If we take a look here, okay, no one's asked for it yet, but if we look at the overall rankings, if we filter by tailoring here, if we sort by tailoring, if we come down to it, and this add-on is called Craft Scan. It just tells you what people are looking for in terms of what they're looking for crafters for. You'll see Artisan Enchanter's hat, right? There's an average of about 5 people looking for them each day, right? And this is just while I'm online and I play on off-peak hours. Alchemist's robe, Tailor's coat, right? All these, there are a lot of people looking for crafting orders on them. And so you can make a little bit more gold from that same build by crafting these as well. And again, you can do most of this without even having the blue profession equipment because you can make up for the gap in skill that you have, right? That you would normally fill with the blue profession equipment. You can just use the finishing reagents that give you 10 or plus 20 skill and charge whoever's sending you the order. Just ask them, tell them that they need to tip you at least $5,000 so that you can put $2,500 into buying those finishing reagents, and then make your profit that way. Right, you're still making 2,500 gold profit on each of those, so that's a nice little extra gold maker that you'll get just for doing things that you would be doing anyway, right? Like you put together that build so that you could craft the profession equipment, but as a sweet little bonus, you'll also be able to make a little bit of extra gold over the top with just those as crafting orders. So I would say that's the main build I would recommend everyone go. All right. Tailoring, there's so many different builds. I could spend the next 3 hours talking about this, and I would still not cover all of the builds that I think have a lot of potential, right? Most of the gear crafting builds have a little bit of potential with the crafting orders. Week by week, it's going down. But yeah. Now, this chick's build is more so focused on the spell threads, and specifically the sunset spell thread. Now, this made me a lot of gold earlier on. It's less profitable now, but again, the rank 2 spell threads, right? This is what I'm saying. The rank 3 spell threads is what everyone thinks you would use this build for, but the rank 2 is actually what you want to do. Not only because your profit margin's a lot higher, right? 29% right here, right? And we can get that up to 31% by using mirror powder. but also the region average daily sold, right? 74 of the rank 3 sell per day, 100 of the rank 2 sell per day. And so we're more than happy to sit here selling the rank 2s. We'll sell more of them, we'll make more margin, and we'll invest less because they're going to be cheaper to craft. So yeah. Do I stand all day in Dornagle yelling that I can make the items? No. I've tried that in the past. Honestly, if trade chat on your server is anything like it is on Illidan, it's so filled with people advertising that no one really sees anyone's message, right? And so if I'm trying to get custom, like if I'm trying to get something crafted myself, I will almost never. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. What I was saying was, if I'm trying to get something crafted myself via crafting order, I will almost never like waste time searching through trades chat. Instead, I'll just drop a message saying looking for a crafter for XYZ, which is what most people do. And yeah, Bipolar Taco, thank you for covering that already. But yeah, there's this great add-on right here called Craft Scan, which will monitor the trade chat for you, and pop up a window like this that you can just click, and it'll whisper them, telling them that you can craft the item, including on one of your alts, right? So this chick here doesn't have an engineering, but if I click on this guy's name, it'll send him a message saying, hey, my alt with the alt's name can craft this item. Let me know if you send an order so I can log over. And you can also set up custom explanations that include, how much commission you're looking for and stuff like that. Because you will have people who are super cheap who will literally send you a crafting order for like 200 gold, right? Or you got the meme people who send you crafting orders with tips of 420 gold and 69 silver profit. Which, I mean, okay, haha, good one. But if I just swapped characters for that, it annoys me. But yeah, Craft Scan is great. I covered it on stream a couple of weeks ago. So if you want, you can check out, if you check the YouTube VODs, you should probably be able to find it. I'll be honest, I am also, I've been saying this for weeks at this point. I am also working on editing that video, editing that VOD down into a little video that I can just link people to. So keep an eye out for that. I should hopefully get that done this week. But yeah, Craft Scan's a great add-on. Dude, it made me like 1 million gold in a week. I don't know if I got that nice little screenshot. I don't know if it lets me do a custom thing. But if we just look at the last month, well, not on this account. This account only did about 44,000 gold in crafting orders. This account, here we go. In the last month, 1 million gold in crafting orders. And almost all of that was customers that we found through Craft Scan. So yeah, cannot recommend that add-on highly enough if you're looking to make gold with crafting orders. Okay, did we buy all of our mats? Because at this point, we're just holding on to mats, which you never want to do. All right, once you buy mats, you want to craft something with it and get the item posted on the auction house as quickly as possible before things shift around too much. All right, we got to buy our tempered frameworks, and because Craft Scan is bugging, I'm gonna have to manually figure out how many of those I need. Oh, jeez. I think I do need the same amount of tempered frameworks, and I think it's literally just these 3 items, right? Yeah, so we need 60 of each, not 8,000 as Craft Scan is telling us we need to buy. Dude, no. We're not spending 3 million gold on tempered frameworks. All right, we need 60 of them. We'll buy 60 of them. Technically, I think we need slightly less because we have a couple in our bags. So we need 58 of these. 30,000 gold. That's so expensive. That's so expensive. But hey, it is what it is. You got to spend gold to make gold, right? It's never not painful. And I think jewel crafting, we said we weren't going to actually craft anything, right? We're going to do the patron orders just because I think we had some we had one with 30 artisan security, which we definitely want to do. Oh, and this one's just a free craft. Oh, love to see it. Love to see it. All right, let's quickly finish off our patron orders for jewel crafting. Dude, sorry, someone's chasing me on my phone. I'm gonna do cam off for a second, but I'm still here. Don't worry. All right, nobody worry. We're all gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be fine. All right, we're just hitting the camera for a sec because I need to take a phone call real quick. Boom. I honestly can't believe, like, I can't remember how I was doing patron orders prior to CraftSim integrating it into their windows. It just makes it so easy to like queue things up and stuff like that. I mean, professional shopping list was decent about doing it, and that's what I was using before, but it definitely was a lot more complicated than using CraftSim's built-in patron order tracking. What is this? Clump of waxy excretion. Oh, I guess I have a quest that I need to complete. All right, let's pop Shattered Essence and let's get crafting here. Let's hope that these crafts are actually profitable, man. With enchanting, I'm always nervous, right? I'm always a little bit worried with enchanting that there's a good chance that we've sunk 700,000 gold into crafting these items, and they don't end up making nearly as much gold as we thought they would. Gotta go making dinner. Maybe I'll catch you later. Sure, Lil J. Enjoy your dinner. Yeah. I think we'll be streaming for another little bit at least. Yeah. So hopefully we see you back later on the stream. Otherwise, I'll see you on Wednesday stream. Hopefully. But thank you for stopping by, and thank you for chatting. It always makes stream more fun when we got chatters and got questions getting asked and things like that. And if you are watching live, drop some questions in chat. Let me know. We hit 40 million gold, and then I promptly spent 700,000 gold on enchanting materials. So but okay, we're crafting enchants on this dude. In the meantime, let's see back on this chick. All right, so spell threads are profitable, which you love to see. It's fully optimized, 31% margin. Is there anything else we can do here to eke out some more profit? I don't think so. Annoyingly, oh, I guess if we had checked this box instead, it would have shown up here instead. But okay, let's open up. Oh, we have our craft queue opened up. All right, so let's go ahead and queue up these, and we'll do, let's see, the region average daily sold on these is 100. Should we do 50 of them? Screw it, let's do 50 of them. It's a reset tomorrow, right? There will be vaults, right? Oh, I should probably also check, because these are the two characters that actually do vaults on. We have the eye level 584 vault slots unlocked. Low key for this chick, that may be all we do. Did we? Oh, you know what? On my death knight, I wanted to run the time walking raid because he's freshly ding level 80, and I haven't done the time walking raid. And the time walking raid is the absolute best way to gear up alts, right? Because it's super easy to get it done, and it drops champion track gear, plus you get a guaranteed piece of hero track gear and another guaranteed piece of champion track gear as well. So yeah, if you're looking to gear up alt real quick, hands down, time walking raid, goated. All right, 1,000 gold for 2 knowledge points. Honestly, would be worth it if we had anything on this chick that we were trying to get knowledge points for, but we really don't, because she's already got the perfect build for what do you call it? For crafting the spell threads, which is what we need her to do. And she has enough knowledge points to max out the dusk weaving tree as well. And so we are going to max out dusk weaving here. Because I think we will also do our cooldown cloth crafts. And she has another 9 points. So realistically, we could probably get to about 15 knowledge points and max out the dawn weaving as well. So she can do dawn weaving cooldowns as well. Oh, and we got a first craft bonus on this thing as well. Jeez, okay. I forgot that we should probably queue those up as well. All right, Duskweave bolts. She has 20 out of the 30 charges. Oh, I'm a moron, dude. If I'd spent those knowledge points earlier, she would now have 30 charges on this instead. But hey, the best time to have spent that would have been a couple days ago. The second best time is now. Boom. Let's min-max this. Should we use concentration on this is what the question becomes. And I think probably not. Shift to Q. Duskweave bolt. She'll do 20, and that's about 5,600 gold. Not too bad. 52% profit margin. You can't be too angry at that, right? I've been slacking on this. Literally, maybe the first time that I'm using any of my cloth cooldowns in weeks. Which again, do as I say, not as I do. Don't do this. This is a bad idea. All right. You should be using your cloth cooldowns. Don't do what I do. I'm lazy. But okay, where technically the move would be to go into weaving and unraveling, right? Because that'll allow us to. All right, let's test this out. So, on paper, what we should be doing on this chick now is going into what do you call it? Into quality not quality fabric. We already have that. What's the tree I'm thinking of? Weaving and unraveling, right? Because that'll allow us to start crafting the rank 3 spell threads. I think that's all we need, right? If we max this out, ooh, okay, that changes things around a little bit. Let's roll this back and let's see if we use rank 3 mats, we're still 53 skills short, which means we basically need to max out weaving and unraveling in order to be able to guarantee these at rank 3. Ooh. The question becomes, do we use our cloth cooldowns now? Or do we wait until after reset? Oh, and she needs a treatise as well. Well, she needs both of her treatises. How much Artisan's Acuity do we... Oh, we have 470 Artisan's Acuity. So, we could buy the Tailoring Knowledge Point book as well and max out... God damn it, dude. This is what happens every time I try and do cloth cooldowns or any of my cooldowns. I'm like, well, if I just wait another day or two, I'll have more knowledge points and I'll make even more gold off of those cooldowns, right? Decisions. All right, and also the spell threads we should probably wait with until we craft our own spell threads. Craft our own bolts, because then we'll save gold on that. So let's unqueue the spell threads for now. We'll come back. We're still going to craft spell threads, but we'll do it after... We'll do it after we run our cooldowns. Oh, we need a Dawnweave bolt for one of the crafting orders. Screw it, it's like 800 gold. All right, we'll make more gold once we craft them anyway. All right, so it's not the end of the world. We're doing kind of good. Interestingly enough, though, I don't need the rank 3 Duskweave bolts for anything, because the rank 3 spell threads aren't worth a dang thing anyway. All right, let's do our patron orders. Let's see how many knowledge points we have after that. We do need to do our treatises, right? Because that's still pending for us. All right, something janked out there. Any other patron orders that we want to do? No, everything else looks expensive. And I want more knowledge points for tailoring, to be sure, but I don't know that I want to spend 1,700 gold on them. All right, let's run Shattered Essence real quick. And let's hammer out all of these crafting orders. Oh, dude, I forgot that we were crafting on this guy. Okay, luckily he still has Shattered Essence up. So we'll get that done. Boom. Today's a very craftful day. We're really putting the craft into Warcraft. Boom. Okay, so we're done with all of our patron crafting orders. This chick basically just needs her treatises. And I don't think we have any in our bag. So let's go ahead and list some crafting orders for those. Let's open up all of our knowledge points and our artisan's acuity here. 530. Dude, is that enough to buy both of the last 2 knowledge point books? Because then easy clap. We've maxed out tailoring and we craft rank 3 cloth. Which would be profitable. Okay, yeah, I wanted to list crafting orders. That's why we came over here. For the treatises. Algari treatise on enchanting and on tailoring. On enchanting, honestly, she doesn't need them. We'll do it just because I have more gold than sense. But on enchanting, she's fully min-maxed into everything. I literally have more knowledge points for enchanting than I know what to do with. Because basically she's maxed out resourcefulness, she's maxed out supplementary shattering, and then she's maxed out all of this, right? And she has all of her blue profession equipment. Now, the way that she would make more gold is by upgrading to the epic enchanting rod here, which I should have done right off the jump, but I didn't, which is a new move, and then by getting this recrafted, which I could actually go ahead and do right now. But honestly, since there's not a lot of gold, well, maybe that's the difference between... Maybe that's how we get her to make more gold, is going into that. But basically, I have nothing else to do with any of her enchanting points. So, should we really bother with the enchanting treatise even? Because there's nothing really that's going to benefit her. I mean, we'll do it for the artisan's acuity so that she can eventually get her epic profession tool. But honestly, she could do that right now itself. Let's do some quick math here. For the tailoring, we have this one that costs 250 artisan's acuity and this one that costs 350 artisan's acuity. So 250 plus 350, that's about 600 artisan's acuity that she needs to get all of her knowledge points. She's at 570, but she would need an extra 50 just to be able to buy the books, right? Ooh. So totally she needs 80 more artisan's acuity. Am I being dumb? Is there any easy way for her to get 80 more artisan's acuity? Probably not until tomorrow. So I think the move is we basically spend the knowledge points that we can. And then we basically do one of her cooldowns, 1 or 2 of her cooldowns. So that starts ticking down. And then after that, we basically wait until tomorrow with the reset, she'll get enough artisan's acuity and knowledge points to be able to do the other things that she needs to do. Right? Is that the move? Is that the move? Or does she just double down on enchanting? All right, let's do some quick math here, right? The rank 5 tool has 455 resourcefulness versus the 329 that she has right now. So 455 minus 329, she'll get an extra 129 resourcefulness from that, right? And then by upgrading this, she goes from 70, she'll go from 66 to 79. That's another 13, right? Plus 13. So she's getting 139 more resourcefulness on enchanting. And so for something like the Algari resourcefulness enchant, right? Let's see what the profit margins are like here. Top profit. She's maxed out on all these knowledge points. She'll get 139 more resourcefulness. Is that enough to make a difference? Well, how much more? Ooh, it kind of is, because each point of resourcefulness is worth 1.1 gold. So that's going to add up pretty quick. Okay, never mind. Change my mind. Instead, what you should do is use up her Artisan's Acuity to get the Epic tool for enchanting and upgrade her Enchanter's Crystal to rank 5. All right, let's go ahead and send a recrafting order for this over to Adrol, which is my main, but also my jewel crafter. So, you know what? We'll set no quality requirement for now because it may take multiple crafts. And we can set this to 12 hours because we're just going to alt-tab over and do it right now. 20 Artisan's Acuity for this. Are you sure you want to place this order? Yeah. Fine. We'll set it to a minimum of 3, so at least it's not a downgrade. Oh, and this dude's still doing enchanted crafts. I let my cooldown. I let my buff run out, so let's quickly get those crafted and done. All right, and we forgot to do our patron crafting orders. Let's hammer those out real quick while we've got the Shattered Essence buff up. Like I do. Let's see here. Can he rank 5 this in one shot? I'm kind of glad I didn't spend my concentration yet, because if I can use it to guarantee this at rank 5 instead, then that's what I want to do. But if she used if the quality of mats that I used to craft this the first time around was too crap, then there's no way for me to guarantee this at rank 5 no matter what I do. But okay, I think 577 concentration. That's so much freaking concentration, dude. Oh. Why is this not crafting? Why is this not showing me how to craft it at rank 5? That's not great. That's not great. How do I... Reachable quality 4. No, this isn't... dude, why is craft sim being weird? Because if I use the highest quality materials, it will also... dude, craft sim's being annoying. Oh god, craft sim's being annoying. We'll use concentration concentrate just to save ourselves a little bit of concentration for all the good that'll do us. But how do I... There we go. Okay. Now it's doing something. But not really much of anything. I think it's understood that we needed to show us how to craft it at rank 5 as cheaply as possible. 3,735. And the aim of the game here is to get this as low as possible. 3,787 is higher. 3,511, 3,823. No, so we're probably best just not using any finishing reagent here. 3,735. God dang it. All right, I think this is what we do. It's not showing me the handy dandy little add to queue. So I think we'll have to probably use profession shopping list here. What happens if we do this? Why do we have to use all rank 3? Probably because we used crappier like mats the first time around is probably what's going wrong here. Oh, and we've got a multi-craft tool instead. Yeah, that'll do it. Where's our blue resourcefulness tool? Dude, something's glitching out here. Yeah, that's what. Give us more skill. Use crappier materials. All right, we have our resourcefulness tool slotted in, right? This is the highest skill. And in general, we should be using that for our profession equipment. For a crafting order, at least. All right, that saved us like 100 gold. So, I mean, there's that. 35.94. Although I don't know how. Well, I guess the resourcefulness is just going to refund us more stuff. But 36.87 versus 35.94. No, it's still cheapest for us to do this. How do I add this to the queue, though? Oh no! Oh gosh, dang it! Problem with relying on Craftsum this much is that you forget how to do things when it's not working, which is not great. Not great. Would not recommend to a friend becoming this dependent on any add-on. But honestly, Craftsum just does so much that it's impossible to not rely on it this heavily. I feel like. All right, I need 1 inverted prism and 8 crushed gemstones at rank 3. All right, can I remember that? Do we have the concentration concentrate on deck? It's just the inverted prism and crushed gemstones. All right, let's try and remember that. Let's see if my short-term memory holds up well enough to remember that until we fly over and get that crafted. And we have more artisan's acuity as well. Not enough to actually buy anything with, or like, yeah, to get anything crafted with. Basically, I'm saving up 300 to, let's mail these over to our banker over there. And I think she has all blue profession equipment for tailoring, right? We're not being dumb. Yeah, she has all of her blue tailoring equipment and all of her blue enchanting equipment. So yeah, I think the move is that we just buy. Dude, we wasted 300 artisan's acuity is what that ends up meaning. Which overall, not great. But hey, what are you gonna do? Where is it? Enchanter's Crystal. There we go. All right, we need 1 inverted prism and 8 crushed gemstones. Not 3, not 3. Chill out, auctionator. We're just buying the 1. All right, let's not get too eager over here. And we need 8 of these crushed gemstones. All right, click the buttons. Forget about it. All right, we're not going to think about this. We're not going to think about the fact that we could have probably just spent a lot less gold if we'd crafted all this stuff at rank 5 to begin with. But hey, it's a let this be a lesson to all of y'all on my behalf. All right, if you're crafting profession equipment, just invest a little bit more upfront to craft it at rank 5. All right, don't be like me and try and cheap out and craft it at lower quality, because you will end up needing, you will end up wanting to craft it at max quality at some point anyway, and then you're gonna end up spending more gold and more concentration than you would have otherwise. All right, and this dude also needs to pop the ingenuity potion on the off chance that we actually proc ingenuity on it. All right, 529, that'll craft it at rank 5. And then we won't think about this again. I hate that the tooltip doesn't show it at rank 5. Instead, it's showing it at rank 4, which make me nervous. But it shows rank 5 in the little, like in the little, the icon shows rank 5, but when I mouse over it, it's showing me rank 4, which is unpleasant, to put it lightly. Yep, I'm sure I want to use my own mats. We've got the concentration item slotted in there. We didn't proc ingenuity. Oh, thank God it did craft it at rank 5. All right. That's one painful thing done. And hopefully that means that she's able to make a little bit more gold with enchanting. But okay, are we done crafting on this guy? I think that was it, right? I think we said we'd do the enchants. We crafted everything that was in our craft queue. The question becomes, all right, how do we use up our ingenuity? Or not our ingenuity, our concentration for enchanting. All right, let's optimize concentration value. I don't want to craft a rank 2 with concentration. Even if that is the best use of our concentration, it doesn't feel great. And I think we'll sort by concentration value. Although I think the meta may be to use just profit. Let's see here. 26, 27. Oh, dude, it's doing the thing again. Reagents quality 1, I think, is how I'm going to have to solve this. Basically, because I can guarantee everything at rank 3, if I set it to optimize reagents, it's going to assume that I don't need to use concentration for anything, because I don't technically. But I want to. And so the move is probably going to be to use to have it calculate based off of using rank 1 materials and then concentration. Because for tune this min-max concentration, if economics didn't exist, concentration is basically functionally useless to me. On paper. To the water, I'm trying not to need you like you need me. And I'm trying you like you need me. So technically, I can buy this tailoring book for the knowledge points, right? And also get my epic profession tool. Because basically the net cost of this, right? The tailoring knowledge point book costs 300 artisan security. But in actuality, I get 50 artisan security back from it. So it only costs 250 artisan security. And I'm sitting at 550 artisan security. So I could very easily buy the tailoring knowledge point book, right? Spend another 10 points into weaving and unraveling. And then tomorrow when we have reset, I'll be able to craft more of those. But okay, first things first, let's see here. I'm also realizing I should probably spend this guy's knowledge points. We're maxed out on everything that we would need. And the plan was to go into fortified flames, just so that I could craft weapon enchants if I absolutely needed to. They've not been profitable until now, which is why I haven't bothered doing them, right? Is it just Authority of Fiery Resolve? And I guess Authority of Air and Authority of Radiant Power that'll benefit from it? Well, what else am I going to spend my knowledge points on anyway? All right, screw it. Let's do it. 20 knowledge points into Fortified Flames. I think that may have been dumb because I don't think there is anything that's actually profitable. Although the rank 2 on this, on Radiant Power, but I think the recipe is like stupidly expensive because it's like a raid recipe. And Authority of Fiery Resolve. 12%'s not bad. 12%'s not as bleak as I thought it would be. Now the rank 3 is not profitable in any way, shape, or form. And that's sort of to be expected. I wonder if on the rank 1s there's anything better, anything else we can do to like make ourselves more gold here. 12%. And using any of these won't help because more skill isn't going to help me make more margin here. Maybe no, those didn't work either. No, not rank 3. We're trying to get it to rank 2 as profitable. 12% honestly is not as bad as I thought these weapon enchants would be. Let's see what Radiant Power is going for. I think it is one of those ones that's like 1,000,000 gold. What's it called? Formula? Authority formula. Authority of air. Oh. Dude, this is only 6,000 gold? I mean, this enchant's not profitable in any way, shape, or form. Whatever we try and do with it. Even though we're fully spec'd into it. The rank 2 is unprofitable and the rank 3 is almost certainly unprofitable. Yeah, the rank 3 is even more fabulously unprofitable. But we can pick up the recipe nice and cheap for whatever that's worth. Yeah, Radiant Power's at 820,000 gold. Dude, that's so much gold. That's so much freaking gold. Oh. All right, wait. What else? What other weapon enchants would we be able to pick up? What do we not have learned? I think Authority of the Storms is the other one. Or of the Depths. Is Nerubian Novelties, which we're fully min-max for. 220,000 gold. I wonder if I could probably get it on another server for cheaper. The question is it worth it? And I don't think so, because the sale rate is kind of trash on the rank 2, and the rank 3 isn't profitable to craft anyway. I mean, I could make gold with it if I mean, dude, it's like 900 gold profit per craft, right? So it's about 1,000 gold profit per craft. I'd have to craft 220 of them and then sell them at rank 2 with the region average daily sale rate of 13, 14 if we're lucky. Oh, dude, it's gonna be so competitive. Yeah, I don't think we should spend on that. I mean, concentration, 11,000. That'll make things a little bit easier, and we can do 3 of those every 3 days. So we can do 1 of those a day, basically. But it's still like 20 days, right? Yeah, 20 days of concentration crafting with margins staying where they're at right now. I don't see us paying them off. Like, see us paying that off quickly enough for it to be worth it. Authority of Storms is Wonderstone. That's an Earthen enchant. This one, Authority of Radiant Power, I just don't want to spend 800. Like, if we can't justify paying off a 200,000 gold recipe, no shot on the 800,000 gold recipe, right? Like, that's not going to work. Yeah, I don't think there's any other recipes that we want to pick up, right? Because these are all Earthen chest recipes, or enchants, which is the other chick anyway. But okay, we maxed out that for all the good that did us. Fortified Flames, let's throw that in. We are spec'd for it now. Council's Guile. These are all I think all of the like trainer weapon enchants are also Earthen. So this wouldn't be the dude to do them on anyway. So what did we actually get for those 20 knowledge points? All we did was we got slightly better at crafting fortified Authority of Fiery Resolve. Because these 2 recipes are stupidly expensive and we're not going to pay them off anyway. Okay, so that was probably pointless, but let's rerun the scan and let's see if the weapon enchant is the best use of our concentration. Tell me you ain't a part of me, no fair, no fair. All right, so drum roll, please. Or okay, I guess it's still running the scan here. But yeah, man, this is why I can't get into concentration crafts, because all the numbers look so small compared to like that bulk craft that we did, right? That was like 300,000 gold in profit. Right here, 237,000 gold profit. So after that, looking at something that's like 6,000 gold profit just doesn't sound as fun. You know what I mean? I'm surprised that the weapon enchant isn't... Did it include it here? No, it didn't include it in the scan, or did it? Authority of Fire Resolve is pretty low. I'm guessing that's because everyone in their alt armies are doing that. The Chant of the Armored Leech, I think this is one of the recipes that requires that you buy the recipe for Artisan's Acuity, and that's probably why there's fewer people running alts on it with the concentration build, which is probably why it's more profitable. Now, I thought the whole thing that it was doing was that it was giving us a concentration cost of 125. But it's not doing that. It's still showing 242 concentration here. Why is that? Cost 150, 150, with the Spider Burst. What's up, Master Louie? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? 150 Artisan's Acuity and 1,500 cash. Yeah, so I guess probably it's less that people aren't willing to spend that Artisan's Acuity on their alts. It's probably that they're not willing to farm up 1,500 cash. But honestly, kind of worth it. Because you'll do it once, and then that alt will be able to craft that with concentration the rest of the expansion. But I'm very confused here. Because in this search right here, it's telling me that it should cost 125 concentration. Right? But when I'm actually slotting it in here, it's telling me it's going to cost 242 concentration. Why is that? Oh, it's using rank 2 mats. Which is also weird because we set this to reagents quality 1. But that's 59 gold per concentration. Versus if we use rank 1 mats, it's only 31 gold. Oh, God. Yeah, 59 gold is a lot sweeter. But it's not... Dude, why is it being weird like this? Warband rep and cash is transferable as well. Yep, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And cash, I feel like, isn't as hard to farm up now. But I guess the math that people are doing is... In exchange for 1,500 cash, you could probably buy that 10 knowledge point book for like 3 different professions, right? Almost. I mean, you'll need another like 45, technically. But so it's probably more efficient to use the cash for 30 knowledge points across 3 professions. But I would still say that it's, again, I don't know much about concentration builds just because I'm not doing them as much. So maybe I'm inaccurate here. But you would think that it's more profitable to do it this way, right? All right, 120, 1,000 divided by 125. 1,000 divided by 125, that's what? 8. All right, so we can do 8 of these crafts. So, okay, 53,000 gold, pretty sweet. All right, concentration... is like, yeah, concentration is still pretty lit, right? I mean, of course, this guy's sort of the best case scenario because he is fully min-maxed. And so the concentration values and stuff that I'm going to get on this guy is not going to be anywhere near, like, the alt armies are not getting anywhere near these numbers, right? But okay, let's actually go ahead and use up some concentration. And let's do the thing, all right? You have more cash than sense. Fair enough. I hope this fat number we're looking at here isn't because of the fact that Auctionator picked up the wrong price for rank 2 mats. I think we're probably okay though. But cash is pretty easy to get. I mean, yeah, relatively. I feel like these days it's not. It's been a while since I've had to like farm cash, right? Yeah, my main's sitting at 2,414 of it without much thinking about it. And then my alt is sitting at 1972, right? 816. I mean, yeah. I feel like cash is not that hard to come by anymore. If you're doing like endgame stuff, you get it from most of the weekly caches and like all that stuff, right? And actually, that reminds me. Let me check on vault slots. I need to do delves on this guy to unlock at least one hero slot. Can I be bothered? Do I care enough about gear? Realistically, probably not, to be honest. Because 2 delves, you got to figure, is going to take me like half an hour, right? 2 tier 8 delves since they nerfed freaking Zekvir. Has anyone tested that out? Because I remember someone was saying that on stream on Friday. That Zekvir kills are still contributing to your vault. Has anyone in chat tried that out? Is it worth doing? Because admittedly, Zekvir for me, I'm not like it. I will still wipe a couple of times, and so it'll probably end up taking me the same amount of time as just running a tier 8 delve. All right, let's put shattered. Let's throw up shattered essence, and let's do some concentration crafts for a change. Yo, 53,000 gold profit at 272% profit margin is kind of dope. I should have been using my concentration. Which, to be fair, I've said from the start. At no point have I said that it was a good idea to not use my concentration. Oh, and we got an ingenious breakthrough there as well. So hopefully that means we can do one more of those concentration crafts. Or I think it only refunded part of our ingenuity, or part of our concentration, so we only have 78, which is not quite enough to actually do anything with. But it just means we can craft again sooner. How did we do overall, though? Dude, I hate that it doesn't show the thing here. Or I think you have to go back to the item that you crafted for it to show properly. Right? Yeah, there we go. All right, we performed slightly lower than the actual expected. But why is it saying... It's saying the expected average profit was 3,259. But our real average profit was 3,235, which is lower than the expected average. And then our real profit was 90,592 gold when it said that we were supposed to profit 53,000 gold. So I'm confused. Isn't our real average profit then a lot higher than our expected average profit? What am I misunderstanding here? It's saying we proc resourcefulness 20 times. Is it including maybe the crafts the guaranteed crafts we did before? Maybe that's what's happening. Is it's counting because I think we did some guaranteed crafts on this as well. Yeah, we did. Okay, yeah, that's what's going on. My bad. That's assuming multiple crafts with resourcefulness, etc., I guess. No, I know. But I'm saying that what we saw in the window was that we were expecting 53,000 gold in profit is what it was showing as the expected. And our actual was very similar to our expected, actually slightly lower, but our overall profit was 90,000 gold instead of 53,000. But I think I figured out what happened. It combined the rank 2 guaranteed crafts that we did with the rank 3 guaranteed crafts we did. Or with the rank 3 concentration crafts we did, rather. So I think that's why the numbers look a little weird. Oh, dude, we mailed things over to this chick and then we forgot to put them on the auction house. All right, let's do that. And then I think we're done with this guy. Theoretically, I could make a little bit more gold by doing jewel crafting concentration crafts. The problem is that I have a feeling that I'm probably going to need this concentration to use for another character's profession equipment. And so that's why I'm not going to spend my jewel crafting concentration. Is there anything else this dude needs to do? I mean, technically he needs to do his delves and things like that. But I think we'll hop on one more character. We'll quickly knock out his crafting and then we'll wrap up the stream. And then I may log on a little bit later tonight and do the rest of my concentration crafts and patron orders and other weekly tasks. Because I should do them. I've been sleeping on them, and there is a lot of gold to be made, and I am leaving a lot of gold on the table, which makes it all that much crazier that we hit 40 million gold. I mean, now I get to at least claim that on stream and stuff, right? That I hit 40 million gold without using concentration, without doing the Artisan's Acuity shuffle, right, and without using a huge alt army. But yeah, I mean, I think we proved that you can pretty easily make 10 million gold in profit in the war. Like, we made 10 million gold in profit in the War Within without even using concentration or doing the Artisan's Acuity shuffle or using a crazy alt army. I used the mild alt army, but only about like 8 or 10 alts, which I think is much more reasonable than someone who had like 150 alts or something crazy like that, right? Like that's impressive in its own way, don't get me wrong, but I feel like it's less relatable for most people. I don't know, is it just me? Hey, what's up, Zeke? How's it going? We finally hit 40 we hit 40.25 million gold, and then I spent 700,000 gold, slightly more, on enchanting materials, so that's what's up with that. But how's it going, Zeke? How was your weekend? Did you play a bunch of WoW? Were you out in the world? Did you touch grass much? 35 attempts so far on the mount. Is that which mount? Is that Belladar, or did you get that to drop for you? I feel like I may remember you saying that. Skyrazor. Skyrazor is the Queen Anzarek mount. Oh, hold up, she can drop. Oh, okay. The mythic one is just a different color. I should probably be running LFR, especially since I now have 3 level 80s. Probably should get on that. Do we spend 500 gold for 1 knowledge point? The smart answer is no. Yeah. Screw it, let's not do it. In all honesty, I don't even need Artisan's Acuity that bad. Well, for leatherworking, I have even less use of knowledge points. For tailoring, there's still more of an argument to be made for this dude. Just knowing where he's at and what I plan on doing with him. You've been clearing tier 11s for the achievement. Oh, for the Delver's thingamabobber? Is that the achievement you mean? Another 150 kills to go. Jeez. I've been clearing tier 11 delves for the achievement. 4 more delves left. I'm going to just wait for them to be booty delves. Yeah, fair enough. Makes sense to wait till they're bountiful delves. There's an achievement to clear all of them on tier 11. Oh, God. But that's not required for the meta achievement, right? Please tell me that's not part of the meta achievement. Because I want to get that meta achievement, but I definitely don't want to run them all on tier 11. Wait, why are there 2 achievements for what looks to be the exact same thing? Dude, are there 3? No, okay, this is complete a tier 10 delve. Or does it only unlock after I do this? So my character just learned herbalism and mining, but there's no weekly quest for it. Does this mean I cannot get the catch-up mats from gathering? You can, but the thing is, the weekly quest unlocks at around 25 skill, I think it is. I think it may depend on the specific quest for the week, but I know 25, I think, is the first breakpoint, but I think some of them may even require 50. But I would definitely get to 25 and then check. I think 25 is probably where it's at. Once you get to 25 skill in the gathering profession is when you'll unlock the weekly quest. Okay, only tier 8s for the meta. Thank God. Not even all of them, just specific ones for specific criteria. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Most of them are just collecting the treasure / doing all the variations. The stories. Yep. Yeah, that's within my wheelhouse. I feel like that I can pull off. I'm a little bit worried about some of the like puzzles that you have to solve on tier 8 delves. Like where is it? Yeah, this one, the artillery fire thing, right? The Nerubian delve without taking damage from Nerubian eggs. I think those may be a little bit tough, but we'll get through it eventually. Where is it? Glory of the Delver, right? Is it in this or is it under something? Glory. Let's search here. Lore Master, yes, I gotta do Lore Master for all of those. That I'm still working on. Daystormer, I need to do Spider Senses. I take Candle and leave no treasure unfound. We'll get this eventually. We may do it on another stream as well. Admittedly, I feel like we did so many delves on stream last week that today I was like, all right, let's actually focus on some gold making stuff for a change. Not for a change, but like, yeah. Don't know where I was going with that. Which is also how you know we're approaching the stream ending time here. Do I have any quests? No, I need to go loot dirts with this guy though. And what else? We need to do armor kit crafting and we need to do concentration crafts on this guy. Although I'm also not certain that concentration actually has any use for this guy in terms of the armor kits at least. For leatherworking, what do I want to do with my concentration as a leather worker? Because this guy has the armor kits, but again, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Concentration doesn't work super well for leatherworking simply because of the fact that the bulk of the cost for those armor kits is just the profane tinderbox. Like the rank 2 to rank 3 mats don't have that much of a difference in terms of price, from what I've seen at least. All right, let's do no, not concentration. Oh god, we'll do the concentration crafts at the end. I want to see what relative profit, not optimized concentration value, finishing reagents, professional tools, only favorites. Yep. All good stuff. Boom. Blessed weapon grip. Oh, dude. Still fat margins in this bad boy. Which makes sense, right? It is the BIS embellishment. The sale rates are kind of wonky. I feel like they don't seem to sell as many as I would expect to see from a BIS item. But I mean, we've been selling them, right? Dual layered armor kits, love to see those profitable. Oh lord, do I have? Okay, boom. Clear. We're crafting a bunch of these. Did we sell all of our? Yeah, we didn't sell any of these, did we? Oh, because we forgot to send them to our banker to post on the auction house. God dang it. Okay, that's not good. Hate seeing that. Why are we not more profitable throwing a finishing reagent on this? 82%, 61%. Gosh dang it. Okay. So not worth it. How many of these should we do? Region average daily sold is 21. And the price for these is actually lower than it has been in a while. So let's do 25 and call it there. All right, I feel like that's fair enough. And then the dual layered armor kits. So these, I love freaking selling armor kits, bro. They're like, and there's no finishing reagents that we can add on here. Anyway, that would make sense. Okay, something is messed up here. How is the region average daily sale? Region average daily sold right on these 1.8? That does not sound correct in the slightest. Now, I could imagine that the sell rate on these dropped a decent bit just because of the fact that the BIS armor kits have become so much cheaper now. I mean, basically for the same price that you would pay for the dual layered armor kit, you can instead buy the Stormbound armor kit, which is the DPS BIS anyway, right? So who's buying a rank 3 dual layered armor kit? There's not too much demand for it, and I think that's probably just what it is. Because it's literally the same price for the rank 3 non-BIS armor kit, which will give you 620 agility or strength. For the exact same price, you could buy the rank 2 Stormbound armor kit, which will give you 790 main stat agility or strength and another 760 stamina. Oh, jeez. Okay, so that's self-explanatory then. That's the reason why no one's buying these rank 3s. I mean, we could drop the price on these to like 600G, right? And then we would lose gold. So Yeah, no point crafting these. Gosh dang it. Okay, I knew it was sounding too good to be true. Which other armor kits would we potentially be interested in? Defender's armor kit, 13%. I mean, not terrible. 412 gold per craft. I mean, low-key, we should probably craft some of these. But we already have some in the auction house, so we're not going to bother. So overall, yeah, not much in terms of leatherworking, right? Oh, that kind of sucks. I hate seeing my markets dry up, man. Kind of sucks. But, I mean, this was always going to happen with guaranteed rank 3 crafts, right? Concentration is always going to have profit in it. I mean, by and large, until very, very late into the expansion, there's going to be a lot of profit to be had with concentration builds. With the rank 3 guaranteed, where you're using rank 3 materials to guarantee rank 3 crafts, very quickly what's going to happen is that the amount crafted by concentration alts is going to match demand, right? Because demand's going to drop off a cliff each week as people get their bis, as people, open more vaults and do more content and get their bis, enchant it, and then that's it. Whereas there will be a small amount of demand, but increasingly more and more of that demand will get covered up by the concentration crafters. So very soon, I mean, as we're already seeing happen, I think a lot of the demand is already being catered to just by the concentration crafters. All right, let's see here if we use optimize concentration value. Optimize reagents, top profit, max quality. I think that's probably the better move. Let's see here. And should we remove only favorites? All right, let's do that. Let's remove only favorites. And let's rerun this and see what the most concentration value we can get is. I'm seeing 1.7, 2.2. Dude, this is bleak. I'm seeing what people are saying. Leatherworking is kind of trashed here for concentration crafts. Potentially the best we can do is maybe the storm touched weapon wrap, and that's 81% profit. Dude, yeah, I don't think we're even gonna bother using up this guy's concentration. I may as well just save it for freaking profession equipment. Honestly, with that low of a concentration value, yeah, screw that. All right, we're not doing that. For tailoring, let's see. Oh, dude, the numbers are even bleaker. Even on Duskweave bolts, which is on paper the best thing that we can do with our concentration. It's 85 silver per point of concentration. That's like 700 gold in profit. All right, so this dude's concentration we're just going to hold on to, I guess, because literally there's like no profit in anything. We'll craft the blessed weapon grips, but those we're guaranteeing at rank 3 anyway, so hey, that makes it quicker to craft on this guy, I suppose. And I think for this chick, the move is, well, okay, we didn't figure out exactly. I think we said we were going to buy the knowledge point book so that we could spend more points into weaving and unraveling, right? She has 13 knowledge points already. We'll get another 10 from the knowledge point books, and then she'll get one more from the treatise on tailoring. And then we'll do one of her cooldowns and then just wait till tomorrow, and after reset she'll get a lot more knowledge points and be able to max out that tree, right? I gotta say, I'm not like stoked by that though. It's not like super exciting. Actually, no. Guaranteeing these at rank 3, that is kind of exciting. Simply because of the fact that the profit margins on that is pretty decent. Right? With 30 knowledge points, we're making 84% on this, and she'll have 30 crafts, which is kind of sick. So, I mean, there is that. And actually, we don't need to craft anything today because we only just spent the knowledge points, so she has more crafts that are coming up here anyway. So the meta isn't going to be to craft these Duskweave bolts. Or, the move isn't for me to craft the Duskweave bolts. It's instead to craft these Sunset Spell Threads at rank 2. Now, the reason that I mean, ideally, I would craft my own Duskweave bolts to just save gold on them, right? And increase my profit margins that way. But the question is it cheaper for me to craft my own Duskweave bolts, or is it better that I just hold on to those charges until tomorrow when she can guarantee craft rank 3s and then just sell the rank 3 threads, the rank 3 bolts? I think that's probably the move. Because crafting rank 2 bolts today is going to make me less gold than crafting rank 3 bolts tomorrow. And then I can sell the rank 3 bolts at a profit, and the rank 2 bolts anyway aren't as profitable, so I'm better off buying those for gold, converting them to rank 2 spell threads, and selling them that way. So, okay, we figured it out. We figured it out, boys. Let's see, rank 2 spell threads. All right, I think we said we'd do 50 of these, right? 34%. Wait. Oh, okay, that is the... Okay, that is the correct number. My bad. All right, and we think we said we'd do 50 of these, right? Yeah, let's do 50 of these bad boys. Which means we need to go buy mats. Yeah. And then I need to craft treatises at some point. But we'll get to that when we get to it. Boom, let's buy these. 23 profane tinderboxes. Queue it up, Craft Sim. Queue it up. Let's do it. Just double checking because we were going to use concentration to craft these, so maybe I could have lowered my cost base a little bit by doing that. But I can't be bothered to sim it all out. All right, we've been streaming for going on 5 hours here, so can check the enchants in high demand and craft it now if they are cheaper than tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, realistically, that would kind of be the move, right? If I was willing to time the market. The thing is, I'm generally not a fan of trying to time the market because with any of this speculation, right? With something as simple as profane tinderboxes, right? I could have thought that I was going to time the market super well. And then I've crafted, let's say a whole bunch of enchants that require profane tinderboxes. Hypothetically speaking, right? The second Blizzard decides to change one little thing by like slapping it on the vendor instead, now all that investment has gone completely to waste and I'm completely out of luck, right? There's absolutely nothing I can do to make that gold back. And I would not feel good about that. So that's why I don't bother generally crafting things in advance too much. I'd much rather like just see what the real-time profit is and craft them in real time. That's how I justify it to myself. I mean, part of it is, like I'm saying, laziness. And then second of all is also me being a little risk averse. And so I don't want to take the risk of crafting those items, having them in my inventory. And then, you know what I mean? And if it's a case of, sorry, 1 second. Oh, decided to switch on my air conditioner right in the middle of all that. But if it's a case of, I guess my point is, if me buying mats cheaper now and then crafting them into something that I would know will sell for more later on, like at that point, then why am I not just speculating on the mat itself? You know what I mean? Because if the cost of the mats have gone up, then I could have just made the same amount of gold by buying the dust right now and selling it tomorrow instead, right? Does that make sense? Like my point is, then I'm not actually making gold by crafting things. I'm making gold by speculating on the price of the enchanting mats, which is not something I trust myself enough to do, just because I don't really think of it as being like an optimum way of spending my thing. You know what I mean? Timing market is greater than timing the market. I don't know North American prices, but if things are cheaper before reset day, you can get some mats in prep for tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely how it would work. But then I'm like, well, the best time to, if I was going to try and time the market like that, then I'd probably be better served by what do you call it? Buying the mats on the weekend, when we know that like the weekend is generally when mats are at their cheapest, right? And I didn't do that. So I'm like, well, at this point, I'm suboptimal in terms of timing the market in any case. So I don't know. That's how I think about it. So you double dip anyway. Yeah. I mean, yeah, theoretically, yeah. Yeah, I just, I don't trust myself to time the market well in that case. And the thing is, I'm naturally in the market anyway, because I've crafted, like, the enchants that I'm crafting today are on the auction house anyway. And so prices for those go up. I've already sold those, and if it's still profitable, I'll craft them again tomorrow, right? Because most likely I'll be online tomorrow after the servers go live anyway. And so then I'll have the mats ready to go at that point in any case, you know? So I feel like there's not too much of an advantage in me buying up a whole bunch of mats. Like, either if I'm buying up mats now, I may as well craft them into something and throw them on the auction house. Because guess what? If I sell them between today and tomorrow, then I can just use that capital. I can roll that capital over into buying more mats tomorrow and using that to make even more gold. You know what I mean? I'm not saying my logic is flawless, but it's just what's worked for me. It makes sense, but the enchants are more expensive tomorrow as well. Yeah, I mean, I'll pay more gold I will pay more gold for my mats tomorrow, and so I would have made more gold if I had bought the mats now and done it that way. But what I'm doing is I'm crafting today what's profitable anyway. So, yeah. All right, did we craft I don't think we crafted our spell threads, did we? Hey. Okay, did we mail everything over that we needed to from this guy? Does he have any... Is he holding on to anything that should be on the auction house? Presumably some of these rank 3 materials. But, again, I'm not great about keeping everything on the market anyway. I tend to hold a little bit of inventory. And in my mind, the way I justify that is that I'm hedging against any changes in the prices. Do I fully buy my own logic here? Not entirely, but hey. It's the same reason that I have difficulty like stockpiling items, even ahead of a patch or whatever, right? Even if I, like with the profane tinderboxes as well, even if I thought that they would go up during reset, right? I would never hold on to more of them than I would. If I'm buying mats, I want to craft them into something as soon as possible, because I know that I can add value and make more things by crafting, right? I'm guaranteed to increase the value of those items by crafting in most cases. I mean, there are edge cases, right, where, I mean, for whatever reason, crafted items are now worth less and whatever else. But by and large, I can fairly reliably guarantee that I've created some value by crafting these items into an item, whatever that item may be, right? And so that's why I feel like if I'm buying mats, I want to craft them and get them back on the auction house as quickly as possible. You know what I mean? You have an issue stockpiling gold. I don't want any liquid gold when I log off. Yeah, fair enough. Look, if you've got less capital on hand, I think that's probably that is the better move, right? I'm just in this weird situation where I have a whole bunch of gold that I'm holding on to anyway. And so by and large, there's not really a cost of capital to me. I mean, there is a theoretical cost of capital, because if I had invested that and tried to craft something with it instead, right? If I had all of my 40 million gold invested in the market, then I'm almost certainly going to make more off of it, right? The returns are going to be better. But instead, I guess... Yeah, I mean, it's suboptimal. It's suboptimal, right? Like any investment philosophy or economic philosophy would not tell you to do what I'm doing. I'm just hanging out like a dragon here, right? I saw someone on the WoW economy subreddit talk about like people who have multiple gold caps shouldn't even call themselves goblins anymore. Like what they are is dragons. They're just dragons sitting on huge piles of gold, right? As a goblin, exactly. It's a very much a smog kind of move. Where if I was a true goblin, I would have all this capital invested and be making gold off of my gold. But instead, what I'm doing is I'm just hoarding gold, and so I'm functionally more like a gold dragon. You know what I mean? Which is something I thought about. Is it going to change what I do? Probably not all that much. I'm only nearing my first million. Okay, yeah, see, so then it makes complete sense, right? if I had a million gold, I would definitely try and have that invested as much as possible. But for me, it's not realistic. I mean, I guess I wouldn't feel comfortable having 40 million gold on the market. Again, not because I don't think I would make it back. I think probably right now, if I sat down and said, okay, let me put all 40 million of my gold onto the market, how long does it take for me to make it back? I would probably be able to do it in a decent time, but I don't know. I wonder if that would be an interesting stream. That does give me an idea for a stream of like if like I'm going to spend 5 million gold on this stream and we'll see how long it takes for me to make it back. You know what I mean? Because I was thinking, oh, maybe I can do that for 1 million gold, but I spend more than 1 million gold on every one of my streams already. So that's nothing novel. I mean, I could make a clickbaity title out of it. Yeah, maybe if you guys see that in the title for Wednesday's stream, you know what happened. Friday's stream, the clickbait title is just the gummy pet giveaway. So that's that. But Wednesday's stream, maybe that'll be the like. Yeah, I mean, because very often you guys have seen me spend like 5 million gold on. Well, 1 million gold you'll see me spend on at least most streams, right? And that's just because enchanting is super expensive, and most of crafting I'll fairly easily. It's at the level of things, at the level at which I'm doing things, it's pretty inevitable that I'm gonna spend at least 1 million gold, right? I'm sure I've spent 5 million gold on a stream in the past. I don't think I've quite done 10 million, but yeah, you know what? We may clickbait that on Wednesday's stream and see if we get more viewers. But I think there's something interesting there, right? I think there is an interesting stream idea in there. Like, I think that could be interesting. That like, okay, I spend 5 million gold on a single stream. Can I make it back by the next stream? Or does it take longer than that for me to actually pull out all that gold? You know what I mean? I'm only nearing my first minute. Sorry, let me catch up on chat. I want it all gone back into the market so I can make it work for me while I'm offline. Yeah, exactly. That's completely... That makes complete sense, right? Like, if I only had 1 million gold, for sure, I would want as much of that invested as possible. The problem arises because of the fact that I'm sitting at 40 million gold. And yeah, like you're saying, I don't think there's a fairly safe thing to invest 40 million into, though. I mean, again, I would have to diversify it across all of the different professions, right? A whole bunch of different types of crafted goods and things like that. And it would be inefficient, right? I think naturally we've found that the efficient amount for me to allocate into the market, or the amount that I'm comfortable with and that I'm realistically able to make back on a regular basis, is probably around, 2 to 3 million gold. Because that's roughly how much I've invested. It's been as much, I've had as much as like 7 or 8 million invested in the market at any given point, right? When we did that 8.5 million mailbox opening, at that point I had at least 7 million gold invested into the market, right? Which is why we were seeing 8.5 million in the mailbox, because I'd invested at least 7 million gold in mats. And then I think out of that, there was like 2 or 3 million gold worth of profit. So I've definitely invested more than 5 million gold into the market at any given point during this expansion. The question is, there's diminishing return. Like, the point is that there's diminishing returns on it, right? So investing 5 million can be done. Probably 10 million, although markets have also dried up now. So now already 5 million would already be a lot riskier to invest 5 million in now than it was, 2 or 3 weeks ago when we did that 8.5 million opening. And you got to figure that at this stage, investing 10 million would probably be equally risky, like probably be pretty risky. I don't think I think there's still a good shot that I make that back with a little bit of profit on top as well. Because I think if I'm careful enough with my bets, and I probably spend a little bit more time thinking about where I have more defensible moats, right? Which of the recipes do I have that are artisan's acuity recipes or super expensive auction house recipes, right? Things that are less likely, and items that have solid demand, right? And don't have as much of a risk of just falling flat. I think there is a way that I could invest 10 million gold on one single stream today and then make back 12.5 million gold or something like that. You know what I mean? I think 25% I can probably comfortably do, but it's definitely going to be a lot more risky than it would have been a couple of weeks ago, right? I need to hedge a lot of bets. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I don't know. There's there's definitely an interesting stream idea in there. And we may do that on Wednesday's stream if I can think through it. Like, I'm going to spend 5 million gold on this stream and we take it from there. Yeah, I don't think there's a single item that there's definitely not a single item that I would invest 40 million gold into. Right? I mean, yeah, I don't think there's any item in this game that would make sense to invest 40 million gold into. I mean, short of like a true long shot thing, like I buy 2 spectral tigers, right? Swift spectral tigers. If I get them at a deal for like 15 million gold, right? I can probably pick up 2 of those, and then maybe something else, and then try and, like, if I'm able to find like a really crazy sale. But even that, dude, that would be so risky, because especially with those super high ticket items, you never. I don't hang around in the circles that I would know if there was a dupe going on. And I have heard talk that the people are speculating that there may be another dupe that exists, or like an old dupe that's still working or that works again or something like that. And you're so reliant on those things, you know what I mean? When you've got your assets tied up into individually expensive items like that, that I don't see a world in which I would ever be comfortable doing that. Like, even if they dropped a patch right now that had like a new item, I don't know, let's say some new crazy enchant that was BIS for everyone, and it was a lot harder to get, right? You needed a bunch of knowledge points, or I still wouldn't invest 40 million gold into it. I don't even know if I'd invest 10 million. You know what I mean? A single item is just, the markets are too fluid. And especially with the region-wide auction house and the fact that everyone can sort of spread things out across auction houses. I mean, I think there's definitely many different pathways to investing that much gold and making a huge profit on it. I'm not saying that it's not impossible by a long shot, and I think there's a lot of probably fairly easy ways to do that as well. I just don't know if I have the stomach for it. You know what I mean? And that said, I mean, it's not like it takes a bunch of stomach anyway, because it's World of Warcraft gold, right? Like, it's not that deep. I could lose all of my gold. I mean, touch wood, but I could lose all my World of Warcraft gold today, and it wouldn't really make much of a difference in my life one way or another, right? Like, I don't know if I don't even, maybe I'd have fewer viewers. I don't know. Would you guys hang out if I had like 5 million gold instead of 40 million gold? I feel like it would, right? I feel like people would still watch me. I hope. I don't know. Maybe I'm overstating how entertaining I am. But okay, I think we are going to start wrapping up the stream here. Just because I'm starting to fade a little bit, and yeah, it's starting to get a little bit late as well. And we are at about the 5-hour mark, so yeah, I'll probably hop back on a little bit later, finish off, the weekly tasks and patron orders and things like that. Because I have not been on top of them for my alts. I've barely been on top of them for my main, let alone for my alts. But yeah, so today's stream, we started off, we did our mailbox opening, we did our cross-server trading, right? We looked through all of those. We gave some tips and tricks there for how the cross-realm trading's going, right? Actually saw some decent results on stream, which is a bit of a change than usual. What else? We then opened up mailboxes on my Illidan bankers, right? We hit 40 million gold. We actually overshot it. We hit 40.25 million, right? 40.25 million gold, which was pretty sick, right? Then we did a bunch of crafting. We did some enchanting crafting. We did some jewel crafting. We did some tailoring. We did some enchanting concentration crafting, which we haven't done in a while. Right. What else did we do? We discussed a lot about markets and investment philosophy, more so at the end here. Yeah, we covered how to figure out what you want to craft, right? what the best way to figure out is to figure out what crafts you want to bulk craft, as well as what crafts you want to use your concentration on, right? Using craft sim. So we covered that. We touched on craft scan very lightly. And yeah, I think that's more or less it. Did we do anything else on stream? That was more or less it. Anyway, yeah, I think that's more or less going to do it for the stream for today, at least. Thank you, everyone who watched live. Thank you, everyone who dropped a message in chat. We had people on Twitch, on YouTube. I've not been doing the TikTok stream for a while. Oh, sorry, Ricardo Fernandez on YouTube. My bad. I'm just seeing your message. I'm sorry, I didn't have the vertical chat up for some reason. Hopefully, you're still hanging out here. I don't know if I can see the timestamps. Let me see. Let me see if I can see a timestamp on the back end here. Okay, like 9 or 10 minutes ago. I see one of the messages got hidden. I'm not sure what would have caused that. Love your lives. Are you considering making guides on how to? I am. I've actually recorded a bunch, and I usually cover like mini guides on stream. I'm just not very good at editing, and so I haven't gone around to editing them down a bunch. But it's definitely being worked on. If you want to sub to the YouTube channel, you'll get notified once I actually start posting those. My main goal is to reach 1 million. Any tips or guides / lives you recommend? So I would say it really depends on how familiar you are with the profession system, right? If you check out my other lives on YouTube, you'll see one that's called, I think, Crafting 101 or like Professions 101. And that's a great like intro into exactly what all of the different crafting stats mean and stuff like that. I would say that's a good starting point. Beyond that, I would check out some of the other lives. I'm trying to think of like specific ones off the top of my head. I would say look at some of the ones that I cover tailoring in. I think tailoring is a great profession and is a great way to get yourself to 1 million gold. Just because it's super cheap to set up. It's got a bunch of different cool builds that you can do around it. I'm sure if you check the like titles of most of my videos, you should be able to find one where I do my tailoring rant, because I've done it on multiple streams. So I think you probably wouldn't have too much difficulty finding those. Yeah, and I think that would probably be the first. That would probably be the first protocol I would recommend. Is tailoring is definitely the way to go to get your initial startup capital. After that, you can start branching out into other professions. I've personally, I would have said leatherworking, but leatherworking's kind of dried up in the past couple of days, as we saw earlier on today's stream as well. Inscription's making me a decent bit of gold. Blacksmithing is somewhat reliable, especially for things like profession stones and stuff like that. The weapon stones, right? What other professions am I making good gold with? Enchanting is I would say it's still goated for the profession equipment. That sells really well, and with all the concentration alts that are being crafted, that are being leveled up left, right, and center, that'll continue to have good gold, good margins in it for some time to come. But yeah. Hopefully that helps you, Ricardo. Let me know in chat. I am seeing the YouTube chat now, so my bad. I'm sorry I missed that message earlier on. But okay, I think we are going to wrap up the stream here. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in live. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, please drop a follow, drop a sub, right? Twitch subs not only help me out a whole bunch and get ad-free viewing and all that fun stuff, but you also get 5 entries into Friday's Gummy Pet giveaway. So that's a nice little perk as well, right? And you're also helping me crowdfund me getting a new headset, because this is broken and janky. It's all hack, right? It was the whole reason I was late to stream on Friday, but but yeah, don't fall for it. The tickets did nothing. Hey, Masalu, like I said, it's if anything, it proves that the system's not rigged. Sub anyway, yeah, there we go. Thank you, Masalu. Boy's trying to get a new headset here. The cake is a lie. All right. Anyway, yeah, starting to fade hard here. So we are going to wrap up the stream here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. I think we may actually raid someone. Let's see. If you have any suggestions for channels we should raid after this, drop them in chat, and I'll definitely take that into account when figuring out who we should raid. But with that said, thank you everyone. I will see all of you beautiful people on Wednesday's stream. Take care. Have fun out there. May the RNG gods be ever in your favor. And like I said, let me know if you guys have any ideas for channels we should raid.